என்ன கரெக்டாக இருக்கா? என்னமே வருதா?
One volunteer take care of the rear door, you know, make sure it doesn't, make sure no cadets go out or no intake is also there, control over it. And you can take that last chase, sit down in the last chase.
Yeah, both the sides.
Keep a clear corridor.
Two seniors are both the sides,
clear
one
passage.
each. Yeah.
Give a clear passage, sentries on either side. You also can take your seat in one corner seat. One corner seat. Here. You can ask one cadet to move away and you can take that seat. No, don't go inside. If you go inside, how are you going to monitor?
I take my left.
Okay. Shift them and come to the corner.
And I see one.
A quick attendance will be taken to ensure all participants are here. Abstract ID 006. Participant abstract ID 006. Abstract ID 010. Abstract ID 020 Anirudh M. Abstract ID 026 Abhiram. Abstract ID 027 Parvati. Abstract ID 029 Aditya S. Abstract ID 034. Abstract ID 041. Abstract ID 053. Abstract ID 055. Abstract ID 058. Abstract ID 059. Cadet Tarun.
episode add ചെയ്തിപ്പോൾ അത് കബീസ് ഇട്ടത് ഇതിപ്പോൾ ഓടിയായിരുന്നു ഇവിടെ അക്ഷരത്തില്ലേ അതേപോലെ എൻ്റെ പേര് ഇട്ടത് കബീസ് Francis.
Guys, maintain silence as we are starting with our paper presentation. Sit straight.
First row, Chandra. Go for last.
Last row खाली है.
A very good morning to one and all. Myself, Cadet Mohammad Rayan from second year B.O.C. Nautical Science, and I have the honor of serving as the anchor for today's session. Before we move on to today's proceeding, let us take a moment to reflect on yesterday's insightful sessions held here in auditorium. We had the privilege of listening to the eminent leaders who shared their knowledge and visions with us. The session began with distinguished address by respected dignitaries including Dr. B.H.P.S. Narayanamurthy, Vice Chancellor and Principal of V.O.C. College, and Dr. V. Rajendran, Vice Chancellor of Amet University, followed by special message from Dr. Deepa Rajesh and our beloved Principal Captain Srinivas Gopal sir. Their words set a thoughtful and inspiring tone for the day. In the plenary session, we were introduced to the chief guest by Captain Srinivas Gopal sir, Principal of DGS Courses. This was followed by an engaging plenary talk by Professor A.R. from the Madras Institute of Development Studies, whose perspectives added great value to our understanding. The session concluded with a formal vote of thanks delivered by Captain Dr. K. Rajesh, Deputy HOD of Nautical Science, Amet University. Yesterday's proceeding not only enriched our knowledge but also set the perfect foundation for today's discussion. With that spirit, let us move forward, beginning with today's sessions. So, I welcome you on the track 3 of National Conference on Entrepreneurship and Sustainability for the Future Shipping. The theme of this session is Maritime Industry Diversification and Social Responsibilities. This track not only focuses on how maritime industry is diversifying beyond traditional shipping activities, but also embracing corporate responsibility, inclusivity, and sustainable practices that benefit society at large. So, moving on, I'd like to introduce our chairperson for this session, Captain Nazir Hussain sir. Captain Nazir Hussain. Captain Nazir Hussain sir holds a bachelor's degree in nautical science from Amet University. He brings over 16 years of extensive sea time experience across various ranks on foreign-going vessels. Since 2022, sir has been actively engaged in maritime education, training cadets in subjects such as bridge equipment and bridge watchkeeping. His academic and research contributions focus on maritime legislation gaps, safety, and learner-centered teaching. Please join me in welcoming him with a round of applause. I am also delighted to introduce the session co-chairperson, Captain Mahadevan Pandian. Captain Mahadevan Pandian holds a second mate qualification from the Australian Maritime College, Tasmania, and chief mate and master certification from the V.O.C. Maritime College, UK. Sir began his career on bulk and log carriers with multinational crews and later sailed with Indian firms on vessels from handymax to cape size. With a BSc from Madras University and a BTech from the UK, Sir has combined rich seagoing experience with academic excellence. Sir rejoined Amet University as a post in charge for GP rating while training BSc Nautical Science cadets. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Now, I would like to invite our presenters for this session. Before starting the paper presentation, there are some general instructions which each presenter should know. The general instructions are as follows. Each presenter will have total of 5 minutes to present. At the 3 minutes time, a warning will be given to conclude. And after 4 minutes, the presenter should conclude their presentation, and 1 minute will be given for question answer round, which will be asked by judges and audience. Thank you. Now, our first presenter for today is abstract ID 006, Ramanathu Sabapati sir.
Good morning, everybody present here. Thank you very much for having given me an opportunity to present my paper over here in this conference on the second day. That too as the first presenter. With around 19 plus years of teaching experience in various institutions, including some top-notch universities like Anna University. Right now, I am standing before you as the learner. A teacher is always a learner is always a teacher. My cadets here who has listened to my classes would have come across this particular thing. I always believe in this. So, it is my paper is nothing to do with my academic expertise or something. After joining here in Amet, I was given an opportunity to head the Center for Outreach Programs. Under the Center for Outreach Programs, there are 26 centers, units, cells and clubs over here in our university. So with my experience as the Director of Outreach Programs, some things cropped up over there in my mind, and based on my own personal experience as well as what I experienced over here during the induction programs or orientation programs for school students over here by Captain Karthik or Srinivas Gopal sir, all that. So the title of my presentation is Bridging Shores, Empowering Coastal and Youth Communities through Maritime Outreach and Skill Development. So let's move on to the first slide. So the abstract of my paper and then the core objectives of this particular paper is something simple. Even though there are around hundreds of 200 plus cadets over here, the awareness regarding the maritime studies or maritime education over here in a coastal covered country like India, the second biggest democratic country like India, is really something below the average level. And even after joining there only, after becoming a faculty, I could understand what is really DG courses and how they are governed by and what are the rules and responsibilities of deck cadets and engineering side, marine engineers, all that. So this particular paper focuses on that. Even though shipping covers when it comes up logistics at the global level or else even at the national level or regional level, 90% plus. We are lacking with the awareness about this particular maritime education or maritime sector itself. So this particular paper India is covering 7,570 kilometer coastline, and there are around 200 plus ports over here in a country like India, but the public awareness is still low. So what are the gaps over here? First thing, we are not familiar with the career opportunities. We are not familiar with the career opportunities available. Let's not waste time. We are not available with the career opportunity. We are not aware of the career opportunities available over here in our country. Gender diversity, only in the recent years, in the past 2 to 3 years, every industry at the global level is recruiting or inducting even women cadets over here in all sectors. And then what is the role of this community? Even though this university is located in a place like Kanatur, the outskirts of Chennai, if you go and check with the local people over here, they may not be knowing what is going on around or what is happening over here inside the campus, what are the courses available, how are these courses are different, or these programs of study are different from other courses of other universities all there. So that's the thing. And then if we consider the global push from all the internationally acclaimed organizations like IMO, UNESCO and IAMU, I think all these affiliations are very much familiar to you. In International Maritime Organization and UNESCO and International Association of Maritime Universities. And then the significance of India in maritime excellence is something beyond the level, but the thing is, it is fragmented. It is existing, but it is fragmented. So that's the thing. Let's go on to the next. So these are the objectives. Already in my introduction, I have told you what are the objectives behind this particular presentation. So it is to identify gaps in awareness, tailored strategies for students, women and youth of this particular country or in the universe, embed maritime in curricula and syllabi and community learning, how it can be helpful, and to build scalable, policy-aligned models for empowering the individuals of this particular country or the society in general related to maritime sector, and then to promote gender equality. And then finally, I think over here you can see the sustainability development goals. Everywhere this has become the buzzword today. So this particular paper focuses on 4 sustainability goals. Number 4, already you can see that over there, it is quality education. Number 5 is related to gender equality, especially focusing on women empowerment. And then number 8, SDG 8 focuses on economy and self-resilience and self-reliance. And finally, number 14 is, again, you can see that life under water. That's it. And above all, even the government of India has taken a lot of initiative. Atmanirbhar Bharat Mission. Suresh ji, that's how we are self-reliant, how we should be reliant on ourselves, and for that purpose only we are commemorating V.O.C today, and he was for that particular thing. So all these are my focus in my paper. Let's go on to the next. So who are the target groups? What should we do? How can we create awareness and expand the knowledge of maritime sector in the community? So first the students, and then followed by women through self-help group, and then fishing youth, especially the coastal area people. They themselves don't know, they are into the sea and they are living with the sea, they are living by the sea, but they are not aware of what about the opportunities available at the professional level. So how it can be done through curriculum and VR simulators, and then with the self-help group through skills and entrepreneurship and then digital literacy, and among the youth it can be done through mobile labs, scholarships and apprenticeships. So what will be the outcome? If you do that, if you approach with all these subjects, what will happen? Obviously it will create awareness and it will enhance the skills of the individual. Finally it will create opportunity. That's what we always expect, right? So that's about it. Let's move on to the next. So how about this particular implementation model? How should we do or how should we go about? It has of 3 stages: pilot study, a pilot stage, expansion stage and consolidation stage. Pilot stage, through the Center for Outreach programs like Amet University, we can conduct various programs and we can involve our own cadets in creating awareness among the common public. Let us start with the regional level, the coastal villages which are adopted by university, and then we can move on to the expanded level with the government initiatives, the central government funds, everything. Finally, it can be consolidated. So funding, government, corporate social responsibility, industries, especially the maritime industries are giving so much under corporate CSR funds, and then international partners. So what will be, how the evaluation should be done? A result-based framework and certification can even be done. So all this could be done only through the case studies at the national level as well as at the international level. So let us see that in the next slides. Move on to the next. So, for example, Amet University, how many of you know? I don't know. Amet University is offering scholarship exclusively for cadets from coastal villages with an objective to promote these villages and then equip students from those particular regions. And of course, around till 2022-23, one of the documents of university says around 10 crores 87 lakh scholarships amount fund has been given under the names of various scholarships and schemes. And then Indian Maritime University, IMU is creating a lot of awareness camps, digital modules in schools. And this one is really interesting. The third one, Coaching Academy, Fisher to Navigator, the state government ministry related to course has done this. Around 300 students have been given special training and they were certified with STCW. So all this gives us an objective as well as confidence for moving ahead with our own proposal. And let's move on to the international level. Singapore, you know very well what is the role of Singapore in the maritime sector. You know better than me. So they have started doing something in the name Maritime Connect. After these awareness camps and outreach programs, they could increase 18% plus enrollments in the maritime sector studies and programs. And next one, in a country like Norway, Ocean School project has been undertaken, and through that, 48% maritime courses have been introduced at the school curriculum and syllabus level. And then in a country like Philippines and gender equality, they have taken into consideration, and then around 25% of the income of women in a country like Philippines could achieve through these particular programs, which has been initiated by the government of Philippines. And then in Nigeria and European Union, school outreach programs and career grants have been, it is going on still. So let's move on to the next. So what are the recommendations? What do we recommend through this particular paper, this particular presentation? We should try to launch a national maritime literacy mission, and through that we have to create awareness among the public from the nook and corner of this particular world or country or region. And then a national education policy. Tomorrow we are going to organize a conference on national education policy 2020. So it focuses on integrate maritime themes. Already they have suggested you have to include it in your syllabus and curriculum, all the universities, even UGC. And then outreach, certification and accreditation should be done, even though it is non-academic or non-academic programs or something. And national digital outreach portal should be created, and it has to provide opportunities for the common public to access to it and learn many things through that. And we can move for fund status. Even though it is something big like 1,000 crores or a government of India like this, definitely it is very much possible. And then we have to ensure 50% plus women participation in this. These are the recommendations through this particular paper. Let's move on to the next. Conclusion, obviously, what are we dreaming of? What is the dream of Dr. APJ is youth in nation building. That's why you are all sitting here. We are going to be the makers or shapers of this universe as well as a country like India. So obviously, outreach will lead to nation building strategy, and inclusion plus skills and economic resilience will happen through these types of programs and proposals. And finally, what is the theme of this particular paper? You can create awareness. Through awareness, you can move forward to aspirants. With the aspirants, you can get into the action. Finally, you will be getting the results. This is what I wanted to share with you today through my paper. Once again, I thank the chairpersons as well as the listeners over here for having listened to me all this time. Thank you very much.
So I would like to ask our audience or captains if they have any questions to ask Dr. Ramaraju sir.
Morning sir, very good presentation.
Thank you sir.
Okay. So in your paper, have you identified the actual gap, like how much manpower is required and how much is not being recruited because of non-awareness. And we do have this data. Like what is
Yes,
the
sir. Through the literature review, qualitative study, all these case studies at the national level as well as the international level say that even though we are aiming at 100% logistics to see, only 35% we are up to only 35% in that, and then the gap is around 65% at the social level, or even in the industry level as well as at the university, the so-called METs, maritime education and training institutions all over the world. So definitely there is so much of opportunity, and it is our responsibility to create this kind of awareness among the community.
Thanks. As you know, the language problem of the fishing community.
Yes, sir. Yes, definitely I understand. And then I think I can say I'm an eligible person to talk about it because basically I'm an assistant professor in the Department of English. Language is always we consider language as something like a subject. It is not like that. It is a skill, and above all, it is nothing to do with our knowledge. Only it is a medium of communication. Even like this, what I propose as awareness. When we focus on communication, even communication can be done through body language as well as human communication. Even though it is complex, it can be done. Obviously, like this, we move on to pilot programs and then face expansion level and then not expanded level. Definitely, that is very much possible. That is what is happening over here. Transformation that happens over here in a place like Amet University. I see my students struggling to speak for 2 minutes, but in the third year, when I call them and ask them about their placement, I train them for that, they are so confident and most of them crack the interview. So, as a teacher, I am confident that that could be done, sir. Thank you, sir. Any questions from the audience? It is the right opportunity for you to question your teacher. Forget about, I am a teacher, I am a learner here, I am standing before you as a student. Yes, you can raise your question. If you have any doubts, you can ask me.
Alright, I have just a one to make.
Yeah, sure, sir. Sure.
Now, India's what we call maritime border is 7517. Right. It has increased. It's now 11090. This is okay. Now that I think I want everybody to be aware of. Because we are having a coastline of 11,000 to 18 kilometers. No, I'm not saying that the other reading was wrong. That was taken in 1970. The technology is developed to such an extent. Now you are doing the satellite mapping and other things. And even at this time when they did, they have measured the islands also. Previously they left the islands out. So the coastline of the islands also have added. So now we have 11,098 and decimal 81 kilometers.
Another point to make, day before yesterday, how many of you know about current affairs or watch news? And they claim that the world map, what is created is something really wrong. And then especially in the world map, the places like India, I was really happy to note that places like India and then countries over there in Africa, all that, they claim that physically we are bigger at level, but so when it is true, definitely, I said it is around 7,517 kilometers, already it has reached 11,000, so it might go far beyond. Thank you for making the presentation, sir.
The technology we had was not,
yes,
and the baseline measure, in fact there is a change of that also, from where the coastline is measured. So all these things contribute to the change. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for very insightful presentation. That was a very informative session. Now I would like to call upon our next presenter, absent ID 010, Cadet Arjun P and Cadet Abhijit MS. request all the presenters that general instructions were given. Please present your presentation according to that only. Thank you.
Good morning everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to introduce myself. I am Cadet Abdi Kamas from the Department of Marine Engineering. Today I will be of Maritime University in innovating maritime sector like paving the way for Atmanirbhar Bharat. What it means? It means like our Maritime University which means our Maritime University help India to become self-reliant by bringing innovation, research and skill development. Also, our Indian geographical structure and coastline help in Indian maritime sector for trade, skill and trade and national security, etc. What is Atmanirbhar Bharat and why maritime sector is important? Atmanirbhar Bharat means it is an idea where India produces its own goods, its own technology, creates job in the country. Does not depend on other countries too much. Why maritime sector is important? Because most of the trades are controlled by maritime sectors, create jobs, also support the national security. What are the challenges faced? All ships and outdated infrastructure depend on foreign countries for technology and immense lack of highly skilled personnel in some areas. It is a major problem our Indian economy is facing. This we need to overcome. Next, opportunities. Huge coastlines are help our transportation easier and reduce the cost efficient. Growing trade inside India with other countries also. We need to implement new technologies like AI, smart system and green city. And blue economy also help our to become environment eco-friendly. Role of Maritime University. Maritime University plays a major role. It trains skilled people, train skilled people, create new technologies, and increase the growth of maritime sectors. Innovation is cooperation. Autonomous ships. It means ships can operate without no crews and sail little. Green propulsion. It means ships using fuels like hydrogen, ammonia, and biofuels. It is a website copy of to check the ship performance, efficiency, safety, etc. Modernizing curriculum. Our Maritime University need to add some of changing the curriculum. Means we need to add AI, green city principle, using simulator for real life experience. By adding this, we can improve our sailing experiences. Research and development. According to me, understand that ship design and construction are made according to Indian conditions. So it will increase our damages by improving the port, like adding smart system, it will increase our faster operation. By using marine energies like wind, wave, hydrogen energy, we can use efficiency and cost efficiency. skills for the future. Our manual sectors are improving day by day. So for that, we need to also increase our skills. And
Your presentation time is now 1 minute for Q&A session. Okay, so are you aware that IMO has a CROSS curriculum which is mandatory for all the maritime universities to follow? So have you gone through this curriculum?
I aware but most of the universities are not provided this which we will increase our output principle is most of our institutions are not using.
Okay, so you have to go through the curriculum first. Okay, this curriculum is designed by IMO, which is already have taken into account whatever you're saying, and very recently IMO is going to publish a new curriculum. Probably it's in the pipeline, probably in 1 or 2 years. Okay, so there they are going to include big data, AI, and Python coding, debugging. So just so that you know, in next 2 years, the BSc curriculum is going to be overall, even the PE curriculum is going to be overall, and whatever you are suggesting, it's in the pipeline.
Any other questions? Then
Well, that was a nice presentation. Now I would like to call upon our next presenter, abstract ID 059, Tarun Chinappa.
Good morning everyone. I'm second year, Department of Marine Engineering. Today I am going to present on leadership designing the future of green maritime transport. As we know, merchant navy is the backbone of the global trade, as the 90% of the goods are transported through seas, making the shipping industry one of the most important industries in the world. But this has a drawback such as it produces a lot of environmental pollution and damages the ecosystem. As the traditional ship relies on heavy fuel, it releases harmful gases like sodium, sulfur oxide, nitrogen oxide, and causes global warming, damages the marine ecosystem. To prevent this, IMO introduced a marine cap in 2020. Marine sulfur cap in 2020, which cuts the sulfur content of the heavy fuel by 50%, taking a significant step forward towards the green shipping. New technologies are being used in marine industries to revolutionize the ship design to take the ship or shipping industry forward towards the green shipping. LNG fuel adaptation, such as using LNG fuels to reduce air pollution and carbon dioxide emission. Hybrid engines, they are using hybrid engines to reduce carbon emission and other pollution. Advanced hull design, using fuel efficiency with air cushion technology to reduce the fuel consumption by 10 to 15%. New materials are also being used to construct the ship, such as lightweight materials like composite, aluminum alloys and carbon fiber to reduce the weight of the ship and reduce the fuel consumption. Eco-friendly helping reducing the friction resistance and saves 3 to 8% of the fuel. No ballast water system. As we know, to maintain the ship stability, we take in ballast water and discharge it in the ocean. As this process has a harmful effect of releasing the bacteria into the other ocean and can damage the ecosystem. So the no ballast water system is used with a new type of hull design is used to maintain stability instead of the ballast water system. Yeah, many companies are now researching on ammonia powered bulk carrier. As ammonia does not have carbon dioxide, there is no emission of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, reducing air pollution and other harmful effects. Along with construction operations are also important, like using of AI to find the short and safest route, reducing the time and fuel consumption, voyage optimization, better route planning with the help of digital navigation and other data. These are the way we can reduce the fuel consumption. Thank you.
Now I would like to ask our audience and the captains if they have any questions.
Thank you.
Here you said about ammonia. Is it available in all boats?
Japanese shipping companies like NYK and Nihon Management are now researching on the
Yeah. So if this one port is available, when you go to the other port, how can you get fuel?
They have to make it available in all the ports to get ready in the future.
Okay, so your research topic, when you did the research, did you try to find out what are the actual measures currently in force?
Now most ship has already the ship launch.
Okay, now forget about Maersk and are you aware what IMO has regulated and what they are implementing now? Are you aware of things like carbon intensity indicators, CII, energy efficiency operational index, EEOI, EEDI? Are you aware of these things? What kind of research did you do?
IMO implemented a no sulfur cap in 2020, reduced the sulfur content in the heavy fuel by 50%.
Okay, so when you do the research, you have to be more thorough. You have to, you are suggesting some things. Most of the things what you are suggesting is already in force, and there are some metrics. So first you have to be informed. Second, you have to go beyond that. So this information everybody knows already. Okay.
For your presentation. Now I would like to call next presenter, abstract ID 034, Cadet Azizur Rahman.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Cadet Azizur Rahman from B Marine Engineering final year. Today I would like to present on the topic what are the current challenges and opportunities in the maritime education and training in India. So for this, we will start to look at our abstract where we have discussed like what are the major problems which is being faced based on the students and professors perspective. For that, what we did was, we took around 6 different maritime education and trainings in India, and after that, we supplied a Google form to all of these training institutes, and from there we got around 645 responses. Apart from that, for the qualitative analysis, we did interview of 6 different professors from 4 different institutes, so that we can get both the ideologies of what really cadet wants and what really professors wants in the maritime education and training in India. So, based on that, we tried to find out the cadet satisfaction on different institutional variances, then identify what are the challenges which is being faced by the professors as well as cadets, and now based on those, looking into the IMO targets of 2050, we try to create some strategies for the modernization which is based on the technology, sustainability and the industry collaboration. Now, let's look at how we did how we approached for our mixed method data approach. For that, again we had interview for the qualitative interviews. We had 6 professors who gave us an interview of around 30 to 45 minutes, where we got a basic idea on what are the parameters on which we can ask questions from the cadets. Now, based on those qualitative ideas, we created a Google form that gave us an idea about different type of quantitative ideas like pedagogical approaches, assessment timings, then how we can look into the placements and all different analysis. So for the statistical analysis of these all data, we use ANOVA, cluster analysis and the sentiment analysis. Okay. So here are the different parameters on which we had the questions with the cadets. Like what are your overall satisfaction with your institution? Then how do you look into the curriculum effectiveness, pedagogical approaches, assessment methods, facility and infrastructure, instructor engagement, adaptability to technology and industry linkage. So based on that, for the top predictor of the cadet satisfaction, we find 3 different groups. So around 18% of the cadets were dissatisfied with the outdated infrastructure and then weak assessment system. Then 64% were moderately satisfied due to the lack of industry exposure, while 18% were highly satisfied due to the modern pedagogy and VR systems and all integrated in the colleges. Apart from that, when we look into the assessment fairness, it had a beta of around 0.259. It has a beta of around 0.259. Then for the pedagogical version, it had a beta of 0.242 and curriculum relevance had a beta of 0.231, which is quite lower than what actually industry needs at this point of time. So based on that, we had the major challenges which we identified was outdated technology and infrastructure, weak link between the curriculum and the industry requirements, then insufficient sustainability education, institutional disparities in resources and satisfaction, and the last one was gender imbalance. Around 85.7% of respondents were male, while having underrepresentation of women in the industry. So based on that, we gave different actionable recommendations to bring the changes into the maritime education and training in India. First we can do is integrate XR and virtual reality in different maritime knowledge for the simulation and all, which can help us to get the realistic and practical simulations. Then we can also bring some courses which will help us to align with the IMO 2050 sustainability targets, which includes alternative fuels, emission reduction system and all. Then we had like industry partnership, so we can do co-design assessment and then internships with the directly relevant to the country industrial requirements. And last, we can do the promote inclusion, address gender gaps and biases in the system. That's all from my side, ladies and gentlemen. I'm open for the questions.
Anyone from audience having questions or captains?
Good, very good presentation. So you collected the data from 6 universities. 6 different institutions. Okay, so very good. We have identified the current situation and then the recommendations were also very nice. Good presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Well, that was actually an excellent presentation. Now moving on, I call upon abstract ID 026, Abhiram UN and Anasyut VP.
Good morning all, myself Abhiram Ivan and my fellow mate Anasyut. We are from Army Institute of Nautical Science, Madurai. Today we will be presenting on a topic, a integrated robotic firefighting system for merchant ships. So as you all know, fire is a major hazard on board. Fire can cause severe risk to human life, damage to the ship and damage to the cargo. Common cause of fire can be electric fire, smoking in prohibited areas, galley accidents and engine accidents, etc. And consequence of the fire, as we discussed, is severe to human life, damage to cargo, damage to the ship, which may lead to heavy financial losses for the company. And traditional firefighting system usually relies on humans, so there will be a delay in humans to fight the fire as they need to take PP and other precautions. So the question is, why can't we automate and enhance our operation? Traditional firefighting system using smart technologies. So to see the importance of this topic, let's see the recent fire accidents on merchant ship in the year 2025. Firstly, it's MV Mohammed. It was a ship which was carrying around 3,000 vehicles, including 800 EVs, and the ship got fire. It was very difficult to extinguish the fire because of burning of lithium-ion batteries. According to the reports, they had a loss of around 120 million. And second one, the container ship Solon and the tankers Tenna collided each other, and both of the ship got fire, and it was very difficult to extinguish the fire. They claimed an insurance amount of 100 million. It's MV 513. It's a container ship which was carrying hazardous cargo of 157 containers. This ship was about fire. It was a very dangerous situation. The company have not released any loss report. So the fourth problem we are going to solve this topic are delay in manual firefighting response. Actually, in traditional firefighting system, the biggest disadvantage is time. Every second's delay in extinguishing and responding to fire, it becomes very it can happen to a and there is in limited access toxic sometimes takes in high temperature zone. It is very difficult for the humans to handle and actively fight. The 30 is to prove safety. Even a best trained group will get panic in those situations and just life may endanger. And this all shows that we need a better solution in this era of smart technologies. We can integrate those technologies in this system and it will help the life. And the proposed system it consists of an autonomous robot which can move around the ship to and fro. And even the robot can move in toxic areas, including darkness and smoky areas. And it consists of air-based detection system. The AI can detect the fire when it first change, like smoke, flame, or darkness. It can move there and extinguish the fire in its first stage. There will be a delay for the humans to react to this. So the robot have no restrictions, can move around and extinguish the fire. And it is not a separate system. We are integrating with the existing shipboard system like vehicle suppression system, sprinkler system, and alarms and all. So together with this system and the existing system coming to each other, so we can quickly respond to fire without taking the human life. So that picture is not an AI-generated picture. Actually, that is a mediumly equipped firefighting robot, manufactured by the company called Sharp Robotics. And they are recently manufacturing robots for a Dutch maritime firefighting agency, heavily equipped robot. So our key components will be thermal imaging cameras, gas sensors, AI module, mobile robots. Actually, mobile robots is for navigation, and thermal imaging camera will act as an eye. Whereas if a fire broke out, there will be smoke, dust and everything, so
human eye cannot make out and extinguish the fire precisely. Then AI module will be acting as the brain in which they will be doing the decision making and other algorithms. And our benefits will be reduced crew risk, fast detection and response, precise suppression in extreme conditions like heat, where humans cannot access in direct exposure. In continuous monitoring, they won't be having any fatigue, stress or something, so it can monitor the ship 24/7. And data logging. This system can log the data post the incident. So this is now a futuristic system. This image we added is for as a robot called Safir, shipboard autonomous firefighting robot, and they are developed by the the US Navy in 2021. And predictive fire analytics is nothing but this system can predict if a fire broke out in within 1 hour or 2 hours, how fast it can spread. An aerial firefighting response, mobile robot coordination.
So the core challenges in the system are harsh marine environment like sagging, falling and all. It's extremely difficult for the robot. So we want to build the robot in such a way that it can handle those conditions. And variability and shift conditions. Malfunction systems like moisture, high temperature. So we want to make the arrangement in such a way that it can withstand high temperature, moisture can't such design we have to do. And cost and training is real-time data. So for the best performance of decision making, we want to enter data to the AI system. So it will take time to collect those real-time data to give input to the AI. So it will make the decision accurately. And compliance with IMO and class criteria. For every system which should be implemented on the onboard ship, it should be accepted by IMO and the class criteria. So it will be a challenge. And in conclusion, we can say that fire will become maritime threat. And I strongly believe that within few years, most of the ships should be automated and even unmanned condition. This type of system will become a necessity there rather than an option. So I conclude my PPP by saying that smart ship means smart safety.
Sir, we will be playing a short video for robot fighting. Thank you, sir.
We have heard of cold cut fire extinguishing system. Without entering a compartment, you can fight fire. No need a robot or man.
Actually, sir, we are not aware about the system, but we will update ourselves.
A lot of different are there. Drones are being used for firefighting. A lot of different firefighting systems. One of this is cold cut, where very small amount of water is used and you can put a large area you can put out the fire. The robotic can find damage or something like that.
Yes, sir, yes, of course, sir. That's why we are added a video.
So it can high also different compartment we can use different like space we can
Use problems and heal for that price.
Okay, as of now, what is the cost expenses for this robot? Any idea?
Actually, sir, the initial cost will be somewhat high, but for the future, it will be an asset.
comparing with the damages and
What will be the real figure? Do you have any idea about the figure? How much does this cost?
Actually, we don't have that idea, but as I said, the company faced then almost 120 million losses during a fire accident. So, if you implement this system, it will be somewhat easy. Thank you.
Sure, you all gained something from this presentation. Now I would like to call upon abstract ID 022, Lavesh Jain and Srishat Raj for the presentation. Please give them a round of applause.
Good morning all the respected professors
here. I am Ramesh from Partners Raj from GME 2025 batch at the RM Institute of Nautical Sciences, Madurai. So our topic is future of maritime autonomy, cyber security and marine situational awareness. So we are going to cover these topics in this presentation. Next slide. So here comes the introduction part. So basically, MAS is a maritime autonomous surface ship. Surface ship is an acronym used by the IMO to describe the merchant ships to operate with little or no human intervention using sensors and the software technology. So MAS has the several potential to serve benefits, enhance operational efficiency by optimizing operations and the fuel consumption, cost reduction by reducing the crew members, their expenses, accommodation, and the improved safety outcomes by preventing human errors, accident and the fatigues. Now it has several benefits, so it comes along with the different challenges. First one is the cyber security vulnerabilities. So everything is digitally and connected with the system, so it can be targeted by the hackers. So building trust in autonomous system. So now the mariners and the industry stakeholders are hesitant to fully rely on machines and maintaining mariner situational awareness. So these are the degree of ships autonomy and the human involvement, which is regulated by the IMO. Now first one is the ship with automated process and decision support. So in this degree, humans handle the ship. Second one is the degree 2, remotely controlled with seafarers on board. So in this degree, so there are still some seafarers on board just to handle emergencies or in case of backup. Now third is the remotely controlled without seafarers on board. So in this everything is digitally and everything is controlled remotely. And fourth one is the fully autonomous. There is no human intervention and the human input. So now it comes with the critical cyber attack vectors. First one is the GPS spoofing. So basically hackers send a fake GPS signal to misguide the ship or their wrong or false location.
Okay, one problem is emission. SOx, NOx, CO2. Keep it aside. Okay, that is the global warming issue. Any other problem is there? Anybody? Any other problem? Fundamentally, you all know. All the fossil fuels, so-called fossil fuels, are depleting. No more oil in 100 years. We have to go to the other source. That is the most important. Leave alone. Yet the problem Musra has. Understand? It is totally different. You don't need to worry about yet. God is there to worry about. For us to sustain, that is having lived in a, suppose you are having so much rice here, and it becomes dark, it will be always. Everything will happen. You don't go for other, you have your own energy for life, you know, anything. 100 years they already. Most of the fuels will vanish. That's all dry up. Because it is a natural one. That is the main problem first. Second problem is global warming. It should take 1,000 years. Which is most important. 100 years or 1,000 years. It takes a long time. Global warming, acid rain, all these things take a long time to kill us. But you have energy. That is the reason that we need alternative. You don't start now. Understand?
Abstract ID 062. Lakshan Aja.
and other cybersecurity attacks, and the national policy, in which that all the countries and like Japan, Norway, and all those institutions are learning from each other, so we can prevent it from the repetitive mistakes. So these are all the timeline of the mass codes, in which the first in 2024 we have experienced the building phase that added to the mass roadmap, and in 2025 finalize and adopt non-mandatory mass codes. And next to the 2026 we are developing experience building framework. After that 2028 commence development of non-mandatory code with source amendments. After that in 2023 finalize and adopt mandatory mass codes. And in 2032 mandatory mass code enters into the course, which means all the autonomous systems are mandatory to adopt all those things related to mass codes. These are all the key conclusions of our presentation. First, we have started awareness that security threats, regulatory adaptations needed, situational awareness challenges, remote operation and plan.
Human errors. Human errors are like the major problem of all the accidents. So to control the accidents and to avoid human errors, we go for autonomous shipping. Autonomous shipping uses many AIs and other technologies to indicate if any other problems are there or any other accident are going to occur. So this helps in avoiding accidents and many other problems. Next is the cost efficient. When people are working on board, the company has to pay for the people, for their accommodation, for every other cost that is for their the people working on board. So cutting off those costs, they can invest in the new technologies. So they don't need to pay for the crew, and they can develop their ships by autonomous vessels.
We together going to discuss about ammonia plus hydrogen fuel engines. Our ultimate goal is to achieve a fuel system with zero SOx, NOx and low carbon emission, which is ideally along with the IMO future goals. Next. So we use green fuels like methanol, ammonia and hydrogen. And we use ammonia plus hydrogen. Why we have to use ammonia plus hydrogen with combined? Because ammonia has some limitations, like it has the low flame speed, and for hydrogen, the hydrogen is very hard to store, and we have to maintain cryogenic temperature of -235 degrees Celsius. And for the hydrogen has the high flame speed rate, which is unstable for in the combustions. Next. So we combine these two fuels and complement each other's limitations so that we can achieve desired power and desired power to run the varied engines. Next. So that we are going to introduce a new system, ammonia cracking system.
Well, how do we crack ammonia cracking system on board? For that, we have to keep ammonia safely in a tank which is maintained at -32 degrees Celsius and ammonia in a liquid form. Since ammonia is corrosive, we have to store it in -32 degrees Celsius. Next. Then, after the storage tank, we have a reactor. It's work like a boiler. When ammonia is sent into a reactor, the reactor will have an electric heater which will heat ammonia up to 650 degrees Celsius. The reactor within itself will have a nickel catalyst. When ammonia is heated up to 650 degrees Celsius with nickel catalyst, ammonia is break down into nitrogen and hydrogen. Then the nitrogen and hydrogen is passed through a separator, where the separator will have a CMS membrane. When ammonia is passed through it, the nitrogen will recondense into the CMS membrane and hydrogen will pass through that membrane, and hydrogen is sent to a fuel injector in a ammonia at hydrogen diluted form. For better efficiency of the system, we have exhaust gas to heat the ammonia as a preheater. The only limitations of this system is NOx emission.
So the solution to this limitation is the process called nitrogen dilution. So in nitrogen dilution, the separated nitrogen is sent into the cylinder, which so the separated nitrogen is sent into the combustion chamber, and the nitrogen gets diluted inside the combustion chamber, and the diluted nitrogen is then the nitrogen is diluted, and it lowers the combustion fuel temperature. Now by lowering the combustion fuel temperature, the NOx emission is also reduced severely. Around 90% we can reduce. So in this system, our team which has created, these are the specifications. The flame speed of the system is that N2 dilution reduces the flame speed and heat release, lowering the nitrogen formation. And the NOx emission is also reduced around 90%.
In conclusion, with this combined system, we created a closed loop system where ammonia cracking system, nitrogen dilution, and ammonia plus hydrogen fuel engine, which combined we lowered the carbon emission, SOx emission, and NOx emission, which is the goal of the IMO. We believe that this is the first step closer to achieve greater things in future. And also we know that this system has some limitation, like ammonia has low production in the entire global. And also the initial cost for to initiate the system is higher. But the thing is, to make a great evolution, we have to invent great innovations. Thank you all.
So do you have any information of any working prototype? Are they tried it with any ships?
Yes, sir. I am happy to answer that. This ammonia hydrogen system, ammonia cracking system, nitrogen dilution system is already in research level, and ammonia hydrogen fuel system is already invented for 4-stroke engine in the car. But they have the limitation of preheating the ammonia up to 600 degrees Celsius. But in onboard, we can achieve the 600 degrees desired temperature using the composite heater. Thank you.
Informative presentation. Now I would like to call upon abstract ID 025 Aditya.
So out of the first one, debt financing is based on loans, credit rates, and bonds. So the advantage in this is that you have the full authority and control over the business. So you don't have to listen to any opinion from the others. It is more in your control. The second is equity and selling ownership stakes to investors. In this, investors are buying your shares with their bill only. So the advantage is that there will be no pressure for repayment of the payment received by the investors. But in debt financing, there will be always a pressure of giving back the payment you have go through loans with the interest rate. And the last one is alternate funding. It is basically an innovative tech, not getting to a traditional way of going to bank, bonds or any other way. Crowdfunding, venture debt or revenue-based finance. So it is like it also has high risk profiles also. And matching capital sources to business growth stages. The first stage will be always startup. So in the startups, primarily our main focus will be proving our concept to our investors. Like in Shark Tank, we go to the type of investors who are willing to invest their money. So we are going, we are exchanging our ideas with them, how it will work, how it will fit into the market, or how it will be like that. The next stage will be the close stage. If the investors find it interesting, they will invest our money. So with that funding, we have to expand our market, product development, design, and balance ease and sustainable development. And also be flexible with the world. World is changing very fast, so we have to be very flexible also. And building a strong entrepreneurship and predictability. It is a very much important according to me. Establish early on that. Even these when you have a capital funding, you have to approach a bank and to build a trust and understanding of your business. You have to approach them and tell about your business ideas and convince them that it can be a public investment on your society and maintaining goals.
Continuously required for the hydrogen as well as hydrogen. So this is a comparative analysis of these fuels with parameters like carbon emissions, SOx, NOx, storage, and safety.
Thank you, Aditya. So since you have given some information about alternative fuel, here are some case studies that major shipping companies are using these alternative fuels in their vessels. So the first comes is the CMA-CGMs. So these consists of an LNG powered fleets. So by using these kind of fuels in their shipping vessels, so they have come to an 90 to 99% reduction in the SOx and with 20% reduction in the carbon dioxide. But the other thing, the major limitations of this using this LNG as a fuel is the methane stream, and as well as there is a limitation for the bunkering systems in our industries. And next comes is an methanol fuel. So as you know, the major company V.O.C, they also are in implementation as well as they are using these methanol vessels. Actually, the major importance of this vessel is they are flexible to the 12 fuel engines. And when we talk about the limitations, the scale of production of methanol is a bit less, as well as the infrastructures and port are not that much ready for the usage of these methanols. And next comes is the ammonia. So the NYK shipping line along with the IHI Corp, the Japanese project company, they are trying to validate the ammonia as an alternate fuel. Most of the researchers are being done on that, and one of a ship called tugboat also being installed with the ammonia fueled engines. And next comes in the hydrogen fuel. So hydrogen fuel are done with two projects, that are high ships and sea changes. So high ships in the Norway. So they are planning to adopt a vessel which is fitted with hydrogen fuel by 2026, and as well as the sea change which is done by USA. So they are also trying to implement and ship a passenger vessel, ferry vessel with hydrogen fuel. Since we talk about alternative fuels, so it's not only about the vessels implementing these vessels by one hand. So there are more hands that should be required so that we can implement this. So under that, ship owners, fuel suppliers, ports, and policymakers comes. So ship owners, not even along with installing these alternate fuels, they are supposed to implement their fundings on implementing dual fuel engines, and as well as participating in pilot project. And when it comes to fuel suppliers, so since fuel suppliers are the major backbone of our industry, so as per my study, I recommend them to implement more on usage of these alternative fuels and increasing the scale production of these alternative fuels. And when it comes to ports, so one of the major recommendations is to adopt the bunkering infrastructure in the ports, as well as providing some commissions or kind of funds to the vessels which are using these green alternative fuels. And the policymakers, in the sense our government as well as IMO, we ask them to provide more funds on the infrastructures of the bunkering system, and provide some funding on research and development teams that are working on the alternative fuels.
So taking all these studies, so our vision on this paper is among all the alternative fuels which are being introduced in the marine industries. So green ammonia plays a major role in it because of its zero carbon emissions, and it also provides better volumetric energy density with compared to hydrogen. And as you know that the green ammonia are being used in the fertilizer industry all over. So they have the fertilizer industry have their own transportation system and a storage system also. So it would be better if we have an idea of implementing those ideas in our shipping industries also. So along with that, these green methanols are being produced by renewable like electricity by using electrolysis process. We can do that. But major drawback of the green ammonia is the toxicity level and the storage capacity. Even as the other paper has told us that even using green ammonia it releases NOx and nitrogen oxides during its combustion. But there have been some research and development that are being done on that by using some selective catalytic reducers are being used on the exhaust of the green ammonia, so that this NOx can be reduced. So these are my research paper works. So fueling the future is the greening the seas. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that insightful presentation. Now I would like to call upon the last presentation for this session. Abstract ID 041, Kavirappa K.A., Junaid M.Y. and Aditya L. Please give them a round of applause.
Good morning everyone, all the candidates as well as the captains and chief present over here. Myself Aditya L. along with my fellow mate Junaid M.Y. presenting today's paper about marine auxiliary machinery, functionality and innovations and overview of auxiliary equipment like pumps, compressors and purifiers. As you all know that marine auxiliary equipment is plays a very vital role in the safe and efficient operation on the ship. It helps the main propulsion system as well as many other machinery system for the working, and we are mainly focusing about the pumps, compressor and the purifier, the innovation and the functionality of these three machineries on board ship. So I'll be going through pumps. Basically a pump is a mechanical device which takes the suction and produces a high pressure output, and all through these years there are many innovations which are created basically for the pumps, which will be reliable, which will be comfortable, and as well as which creates more output The common types of pumps which we use on ships are centrifugal pump, the positive displacement pump, as well as axial flow pump. In recent years, there have been significant innovations in pumps technology, including the development of variable speed drives and advanced materials. These innovations have improved the efficiency and reliable pumps, reducing energy consumption and maintenance cost, and as many pumps, etc. Mainly the materials which is used for pumps are cast iron, bronze, and it depends upon the cost plan and etc. So our main focus is on about the cost efficient through pumps, which would be reliable and which will be with very less cost as well as with good output we are expecting of. The next topics will be
compressors are used to compress air, gas and various applications on ship, including starting engines, powering tools and providing controlled air for facility. There are common types of compressors used on ships include reciprocating compressors, rotary screw and centrifugal compressors. Modern compressors are designed to be more efficient, reliable and environmental friendly. Some compressors feature advanced cooling systems which reduce energy consumption and improve efficiency performance. This is the compressor used on board. Purifiers. Purifiers are used to separate contaminants from fluids such as fluid, lubricating oil, ensuring the quality and reliability of the ship system. Common types of purifiers used on ships include centrifugal purifiers and filter purifiers. Advances in purifiers technology have led to improved separation efficiency, reduced maintenance, and increased reliability. Some modern purifiers feature automated control system which optimize performance and reduce operated work. Recent innovations in purifier technology have improved separation efficiency and reduced maintenance costs. Some modern purifiers feature automated control system which optimize performance and reduce operating work. This is the purifiers on board. The benefit of auxiliary machines include improved efficiency, increased reliability, and enhanced safety. Modern auxiliary system machinery is designed to optimize energy consumption and reduce fuel cost emissions. Advances in technology have led to more reliable and durable auxiliary machinery, reducing downtime and maintenance costs. Safety. Auxiliary machines plays a very crucial role in ensuring the safe operation of ship, providing essential service such as power generating safety. In conclusion, marine auxiliary machine is essential for safe and efficient operation of ships. Pump, compressor, and purifier are crucial components of these systems.
We have now heard from all 10 presenters, and I must say the diversity of ideas and insights have been truly inspiring. This clearly reflects the talent and commitment of each one present here today. Thank you to each one of them. Before concluding, I now invite our respected chairperson for this session, Captain Nazir Hussain sir, to share his reflections. Please go.
And my dear cadets, it was a very enjoyable, informative, enthusiastic session. I really enjoyed the presentations. Some people really did the work and some papers were very basic. So whenever you are doing any paper or when you are doing research, so you should also find out how they have been taken care of with the current institutions. Like many people were talking about innovations, but they were not aware that what are the current standards are in place to IMO and shipping and all the other institutions. So you should be aware that things are being done, and apart from that, you should put forward your innovative ideas in the research. And only one paper did actual collected data, and then they did a statistical analysis. So you should also collect data from various sources that will make your paper more solid. Instead of just your own thoughts, you are also collecting the data and you are analyzing. So apart from that, most of you were cadets, and really I would like to appreciate the effort you have done and the pain you have gone through, and doing something innovative. So I appreciate you guys, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable words. Now may I invite our co-chairperson, Captain Mahadevan Pandian, sir, to share his concluding thoughts.
Good morning, everybody.
paper presentations was very good. The contents I saw people have prepared well. Some people have delivery problem. There was clarity and delivery for the students. Some of them had the problem of that. But content-wise, very good preparation is done by all the people. Thank you very much. It was a very good presentation.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to call upon our beloved principal, Captain Srinivas Gopal sir, to felicitate our chairperson and co-chairperson with a memento. Thank you so much, sir. A big thank you to our chairperson, co-chairperson, presenters and participants. Let us continue working together to ensure the maritime industry not only grows but also gives back to the society responsibility. With this we end our track 3 of this national conference. Thank you.
Now we will move to track 4. A quick attendance will be taken. Please ensure all presenters are there. Cadet Shakti Gupta, Shakti Singh Gupta, Cadet Naresh R, Cadet Shakshi Thakur, Cadet Sukhman, Cadet Aditya Pradeep, Cadet Vivek VB, Cadet Vivek, Cadet Shubham Singh. Guys, attendance is being taken. Please ensure you raise your hands. Cadet Shubham Singh, Dr. S. Subramani, Cadet Tigo George, Cadet Arjun P, Cadet Ranjan, Cadet Aditya Pradeep, Cadet Naresh R. Okay, thank you.
So may I please request our Now I would request our chairperson and co-chairperson for this session to take their seats. So once again, good morning everyone, and I am the host for this session of Track 4. Welcome to the Track 4 of National Conference on Entrepreneurship and Sustainability for the Future Shipping. The focus of this session is maritime policies, governance and global cooperation. This track
Audience, any questions? Not silent observer, huh?
Absent ID 089, Cadet Shreyan Shetty.
Good morning everyone, my name is Shreyan Shetty. I am head of Committee of Business Science. Today I will be giving you a insight on role of maritime industry. Let me give you a point on this part. Maritime industry in India are not just speaking centers, but also innovation hubs. Another key technology for ship operation, green shipping and diesel systems. They reduce dependence on foreign countries and skilled manpower in supporting Atmanirbhar. So let me introduce a great personality here. Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj is also known as father of Indian Navy. His vision and his innovations was greatly appreciated in the time of 17th century as it was used for defense, purpose and trading. Next. So let's talk about dependence of India on other countries. Most of the advanced shipping designs and softwares, naval architectures and equipments are being imported from South Korea, Japan, Germany and China in India, as they are the leading companies in designing this. Raw materials in India, for example, India is one of the highest steel producing countries. Last year it was the second highest country was producing steel, but the steel which we produce is good steel, which cannot be used for building ships. Ship is using steel of high tensile and corrosion resistant steel. We are working on it. Why is dependence really matters? Because importing such designs, equipment are really expensive. Because India's ability to be such designs. With Indian Merchant Navy and Navy to be dependent on other countries during the waterways and trading. So India is taking to its shipbuilding. Modern shipyard. India is now upgrading its shipyard. For example, Fourteenth shipyard, Vadgaon, Goa, and Hindustan shipyard, Eleventh shipyard. They are providing its upgraded facilities and modern ship technologies. Using India is now collaborating more with the Steel Authority of India to make wheels which can be used for shipbuilding. Public and private partnership. LNG builders are working with the Coast Guard. Which reduces pressure on government on bringing focusing on green and sustainable shipping, eco-friendly materials from international maritime organizations following standards and regulations. Next. Skill development. Maritime universities and training institutes are giving skilled manpower for Atmanirbhar. Benefits of maritime sector. Reduces dependence on other countries, like cost effectiveness and fast availability. When the product is being manufactured and produced in the India itself, it will be easily available and much more cost effective. boost India's shipping companies from defense and securities. Our maritime universities are present in this particular field. Maritime universities like Amet, Tulani, IIM and Noida, etc. are providing modern simulators and technologies for students to give them exposure to the industry, making them skilled and having them ready for the industry in percentage. Atmanirbhar Bharat, reducing the dependence on foreign countries for design, simulators and navigation systems, boost India's shipping port, global competency following the standards of IMO, sustainability and green shipping, employment and startups. They are encouraging students to come up with these innovative ideas. Let's talk about two different examples. One is INS Vikram and INS Vikram Aditya. INS Vikram Aditya was designed and its components were imported from other countries. INS Vikram's ships design, equipment, everything was built and manufactured within India, where its design was done by V.O.C Design Bureau, which was earlier known as D&D, and Vikram Aditya's design was brought from Soviet Union of Russia. I would like to conclude that Indian maritime universities play a really important role in bringing up such things, as they provide modern simulators and information technology for the cadets to be skilled for this industry, and they also provide exposure and they encourage students to bring up such ideas and eventually making India be Atmanirbhar. Thank you.
Ammonia as a fuel. It means like we are sealing in both tankers and bulk carriers, because handling ammonia is as equal as handling a tanker for sure. Thank you.
Can you explain how ammonia is produced? Because we're telling decarbonization, no? So we have to spend some energy to produce ammonia itself. So did you consider that into this?
But right now I haven't. But I will look out at for sure.
The main topic is about efficiency. What is the efficiency difference between your diesel engine and your efficiency? And what is not? That's what I think.
Sure. Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. Now I would like to call upon our next presenter, abstract ID 024, Aniket Shaw and Kishan Kotian. Audience, please give them a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone here. My name is Kishan Kotian, Aniket Shaw. We are Jamie Rags, from our Institute of Political Science. Today we will be presenting the topic on smart city digitalization and future maritime operations. So, starting the introduction, maritime operation is undergoing an technological revolution, keeping in mind of improved efficiency, safety, and environmental responsibilities also, and also competitiveness. And also strict regulations under IMO 2030 and 2050 emission target. So digitalization is not only an option, it is essential. These are the countries we will be exploring today, the drivers of digitalization, core technologies, benefits, key challenges, and case studies, future outlooks and recommendations, Drivers of digitalization, efficiency and cost reduction,
environmental regulations, regulatory compliance regulations, customer expectations, and global trade. Efficiency and cost reduction. The technology will definitely reduce the fuel consumption and save time and also cut cost. Speaking about regulatory compliance and safety, the rules of IO, e-navigation and hazardous rollers, which requires safety and safer operations. And environmental regulations as follows the same, which will indicate the IMO's big cut-off emission target of similar in 2030 and 2050. And also competitiveness and innovation. To stay ahead in maritime industry, we have to adapt with the modern technologies and through the customer expectations. People usually require smart work and quick updates and also less paperwork. So in this part, the digitalization will play a vital role. The core technologies of maritime digitalization. Maritime digitalization will powered with certain key technologies that will represent IoT, artificial intelligence, and machine learning, blockchain, and smart code, and autonomous and remote control methods. IoT, which will indicate the real-time monitoring system of a vessel performing and also helps in cargo operations. Artificial intelligence and machine learning, which will emphasize which will help in the route optimization and also helps in the predictive maintenance. Blockchain ensures the transparency and also the security in the supply across the supply chain. Smart port system, it will be like the faster and better resource management across the board activities. Autonomous and remote controlled, which will emphasize, which will reduce the human risk and also ensure the safe shipping without any irregular activities. These are the benefits that have been covered across operational resilience, environmental impact, security and transparency, and new job opportunities across. Further will be explained by the implementation.
Thank you, Kishan. Now I will further explain about the key challenges. So, firstly, it is the legacy system and legacy data. So, outdated onboard and port management systems make seamless integration of these new digital tools difficult for implementing. Now, next we are talking about the high initial investment. So, integrating AI, IoT, and new technology in the system is quite expensive and which creates a barrier for the small and medium sized maritime shipping companies. Then cybersecurity threat. So from 2020 to 2023, the cyber attacks in maritime industry has been increased by 68%, which can cause approximately $550,000 loss per incident. Next, we have the skill gap. So over 50% of the maritime professionals lack adequate digital skills, creating a workforce gap in AI and IoT. Next, if you are talking about the regulatory and standardization, so regulatory frameworks such as STCW and MAS guidelines are evolving slowly, and also the organizational culture and resistance to change remain significant obstacles. Next, Cybership Lab, which is situated in University of Plymouth, UK. So this lab specializes in maritime cyber resilience research. Cyber attacks on vessels increased by 68% between 2020 to 2023. So this lab emphasizes the critical need for specialized simulation and training environment. Next, we are talking about the autonomous and remote navigational trial project, which is in Russia. The ARNTP has successfully conducted 28 autonomous voyage trials, including the tanker Mikhail Ulyanov. This trial demonstrates 20 to 30% crew cost savings and enhanced safety with AI-based collision avoidance. Next, we are talking about the trade lens. Maersk and IBM has collaborated in this. The blockchain platform connected over 300 organizations, including 10 major carriers and 600 crew. This reduces the document processing time by 40%. Now, next we are talking about the port of Rotterdam.
So by integrating IoT, AI and digital twin technology, the Ford achieved 5 to 10% fast bus scheduling and 15% fuel saving during port operation, contributing to its 2050 carbon neutral goal by IMO. So here the case study, which we can see, the blue bars are denoting the efficiency gain and orange are denoting the cost reduction. So we can clearly see how much efficiency they have gained by and also the cost reductions. So next we are talking about the future outlooks and recommendations. So firstly we are talking about the updates on policies and regulations. So aligning STCW and MAS guidelines along with IMO cybersecurity framework will ensure safer and standardized standardized digital operations. Next is integrated, Next is a comprehensive digital ecosystem. So expanding port community system into smart port with 5-year digital technology will not only make the operations faster but also increase the efficiency. Next is pilot large scale strategies. So launching small pilot project before will give a better demonstration of the return on investment. Will give the better ROI before large scale deployment. So here is the conclusion. The digital transformation in maritime sector is not only but also revolutionary, enhancing efficiency, safety and sustainability in the maritime sector. Thank you.
What is the influence of AI, artificial intelligence, in shipping, and how does it affect employment? Any conclusion in your research?
So the implementation of AI will not only reduce the cybersecurity attacks, but also it enhance the timing. Like it reduces the paperwork up to 40% and also giving the inputs which is used for fast bus scheduling, which reduce almost 5 to 10% that working time.
The challenge of cyber security is not only at sea, ashore also. You have any preventive methods shown over there? You have any idea other than this?
Also, we haven't looked that. We surely look into it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Now I would like to call upon our next presenter, abstract ID 039 Aditya Pradeep.
It is possible on to increase it by 4 lakh and 4.5 lakh people by 2030. And we also for the short about the avant-garde of 2047, which is about placing India firmly at the world of shipping. We also focus on the Amet vision and future of maritime by 2030. We also rises about enhancement of global tonnage from 1% to 5%. So, a nation's strength does not lie in its land. It also lies in the oceans, where the sails, and also the seafarers. So, challenges and solutions. Every voice means a rough sea. So, challenges are inevitable. The first and foremost challenge is the train infrastructure. The shortage of train infrastructure and train berths at sea. Okay. So, as you can see, next and Indian tariffs are 2,500 to 3,500 per annum. Only these cars are getting trains and maritime training and education, and thousands are left behind without opportunities. Same goes to the ratings and the feeders. And the next challenge is about attracting the young people. Most of the people are not aware of the maritime sector, and in my time also, people are not aware of what is mercenary and but soon after that, people are beginning to know it, and we have to let them know it by giving a proper education in the schools and colleges, so that we can attract more people to this industry. Female seafarers, women seafarers. So, India has already contributed about 5,900 active female that, it's also about increasing their numbers by 90,000 PhD fellows. It's not about equality or acting of anything, but it's about making them come and also making them giving them knowledge about this industry and more of pride at sea, and make them all read about the misconceptions of females in this field. Also, these challenges are about prevention. What is prevention? Prevention is about, after so many times, the seafarers make you feel like they want to retire. It is about they feel like reskilling. So, creating a partnership framework between the maritime industry so that people are knowledgeable about the cybersecurity and in this field. So, they won't be lost in the digital also. The sixth challenge is developing world-class education and research. So this means that building a maritime training clusters in the maritime universities, they will be educated about this field and more people will come to know about this field. So, and increase the use of simulators, virtual reality training, people get to be updated in this field. So, challenges are not the end of this, they are the stepping stones. So, after overcoming all these challenges, India will not only increase the number of Indian seafarers, but also become an international maritime powerhouse of India. That's all for my presentation.
For the electrolysis of the hydrogen, that hydrogen along with the nitrogen will produce the ammonia. There are basically three uses of ammonia. First, will be used as a drop-in fuel. Second, future shipping fuel. Third, ammonia is very good source for production of electricity as well as refrigerant. So from this process, we are achieving all these things together. Next slide. Key insight: while both CCS and ammonia systems are evolving independently, there is no commercial or academic implication that fully integrates both the units together. So, in this integration, we are closing the loop. Next one. This is our process, which we have already explained, how the ship exhaust is going to this unit, then storing the carbon, then going to the compressed cylinder, then hydrogen, and then ammonia production. This is what is the value of the carbon capturing as well as the fuel cost of ammonia in the future. Presently, the ammonia cost is very high, but in the upcoming future, it will be reducing because of the scaling up of the production. Market value graph. You can clearly see how we're gonna use this ammonia and the future opportunities in the ship. Next slide, please. What will be the expenditures? So first will be the power demand, how much power we need. That thing we have to need a good investment for that. Second is the crew training, I have already told. Third is the storage and the integration. How we can do this? One by one have explained that pilot demonstration is very important. Next is technical integration with the help of Marpol and fuel technology. We can achieve this in the upcoming 2050. I will not say we can achieve this by 2030 or something. We need time, but for achieving our goal of net zero emission by 2050, we can do this thing. Same thing where we can use the ammonia. These are the benefits of our projects. Aligned with the IMO, education purpose, compact, zero carbon, and there is very less CO2 emissions. Thank you so much. So any questions?
So, while using ammonia as fuel, what is the exhaust that comes out of the engine, and how you are going to manage that? How you can affect the lubrication and research?
when we are using ammonia in the ship, there will be very low carbon. That carbon is something which will not even count for the 3% or less than 1% of the emission. So it's basically the if we are using, there are 3 types of ammonia. First is the blue ammonia, green ammonia, and this grey ammonia. So what we are making is the blue ammonia. From the blue ammonia, when we will use this blue ammonia on the ship, there will be no carbon emission. So I don't think so that we will need this.
Carbon emission cannot be there. Which one is the interest? Carbon emission cannot be there. Then what is the emission that will come out?
So it's SOx. But for that we have struggled.
My question is, to maintain one equipment is so difficult. You are capturing the carbon and reconverting that to ammonia and using that as a fuel. You need more machinery. Who is going to do all these things?
So actually, carbon capture unit is already present. We are already capturing it. We are already storing it. The only thing I am adding is a retrofitting system in which we are just using a catalyst and a membrane technology as well as plasma reactor. It's one system only. This is a small unit in which we are doing. So I don't think so it will be very huge task. But when it comes to the cost effectiveness, there will be some challenges will come. It can be overcome with the good support. Thank you so much.
That was a very informative session. Now I would like to call upon our next presenter, abstract ID 039 Aditya Pradeep.
Good morning everyone. I am Cadet Aditya from Department of Marine Engineering, second year. Today I am presenting hydrogen fuel cell integration in ship propulsion. It's a simple idea that we convert the wastewater collected from ships, especially the grey water, like used for showering and washing, and converted it into hydrogen and kept and stored used in proton exchange memory, by which we can generate electricity by hydrogen and oxygen react with each other and produce water, and it is a byproduct. By this electricity, we can use the ship's main propulsion. As marine industry is the main contributor to air pollution and climate change is also caused. By using the hydrogen fuel cell, we can reduce the air pollution and the climate change can also be reduced. This is zero emission thing. The hydrogen doesn't emit anything and the noise is reduced and vibrations and efficiency is increased in higher levels. As per the safety protocols, the hydrogen should be kept in the safety in a big storage mode. As many companies are using adapting the hydrogen fuel cell to reduce the emissions, it can be used in container ships to passenger ships. As per the IMO guidelines, the hydrogen is safe to use as a marine fuel. As classified into many marine fuels, hydrogen is safe to use in many countries. As we can see the chart, the fuel cost is reduced and the maintenance and emissions has reduced in the higher level. As the initial capex was increased, as the technology was developing day by day,
we can use the hydrogen fuel cell as a main for ship propulsion. Robust infrastructure is supporting the large-scale deployment for multi-fuel vessels. Hydrogen fuel cell can be used. It's time to be invested in the technology which make the ship cleaner, ocean cleaner, and ships cleaner. I'm concluding. Thank you, sir.
So the hydrogen fuel cells are planning to use conversion. How do we use that hydrogen fuel cell? What are the power produced from the fuel cell?
So we collect the grey water from the ships and convert it into hydrogen. And this hydrogen is stored in proton exchange membrane. And it creates an electricity. And this electricity can be used to propel the ship's engine. That is our technology.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Now I would like to call our next presenter, Abstract ID 046, Ivo George. There is a change. Our next presenter is Abstract ID 043, Shubham Singh.
Good morning everyone. I am from Amet University. Today I am going to talk about cryogenic hydrogen and fuel cell for clean marine transport. Currently, marine sector carries 90% of global trade, but 3% of global CO2. The problem is here, heavy fuel oil and marine diesel are highly polluting, which is producing SOx, and sulfur and other gases, harmful for our environment. To regulate that, I must set a category, I must set a target to reduce the emission.
Silence please.
To regulate this, I must set a target to reduce the emission by 50% by 2050 as compared to 2008 levels. For this problem, solution is alternative fuel, such as hydrogen combined with the fuel cell to reduce the emissions. Now, what is cryogenic hydrogen? Hydrogen gases, which is cooled up to minus 250 degrees Celsius, to liquefy it. The reason for liquefaction is to reduce the volume of the hydrogen gases, to store more fuel, to protect or rectify, to store more hydrogen fuel. The special tanks are there to store the cryogenic hydrogen fuels with multi-layer insulation and vacuum protection. Advantage of cryogenic hydrogen in shipping are there is zero carbon emissions, high gravimetric energy density, compatibility, scalability. Challenges of cryogenic hydrogens are boil off gases, some hydrogen rapidly evaporates, requiring a liquefaction or use of an auxiliary engine. Liquefaction energy cost, storage safety, infrastructure gaps, and economic factors. These are the challenges. The uses of fuel cells for marine application. The working principles are: if the hydrogen and oxygen are come in contact, it will create electricity and water, which is known as electrical chemical reaction, and there is no combustion, so it will not emit any emission. The types of fuel cells in shipping are, there are two types, PMFC, proton exchange membrane fuel cell, which is compact, quick start and suitable for smaller vessels. Second one is SOFC, solid oxide fuel cells, which is high efficient, can use hydrogen, ammonia or LNG, which is operated at high temperatures. These fuels efficiency is more than about 40 to 60% from the other fuels. The benefits of hydrogen fuel cells in ships are zero greenhouse emission like no SOx, NOx, CO2, high efficiency, quiet operation, low maintenance and scalable and modular. Integration in marine transport. A hybrid solution, like fuel cell paired with batteries to create a smooth load management. The applications are ferries and short sea shipping, already being tried in Norway and Europe. Cruise ships to reduce the emission in sensitivity tourist areas. Energy maintenance system to optimize between hydrogen fuel cell, batteries and auxiliary engines. Case studies and pilot project. Norland MF Hydra Norway, which is create world first liquid hydrogen powered ferries. IC's third project EU will develop the hydrogen powered passenger ferries for Scottish route. Kawasaki's Frontiers Japan was first liquid hydrogen carrier ship for intercontinental transport. Ballard collaboration was developing fuel cell modules for large ships. What the future prospects are? Global hydrogen supply chain, IMO roadmaps, cost reduction, ammonia and methanol links.
Very good. So, did you do some any research about the cost analysis? Particularly for nautical main, how much is the cost involved for when we use hydrogen as fuel or other traditional fuels?
Hydrogen cost is more than fuel like diesel fuel. Yes.
Data, any figure I want. Cost figure.
Do you think hydrogen is safer or not safe? See, you have fuels which are combustible. This also has some impact. Do you think it is much safer or?
It's not that much safer like marine fuel, but there is special tanks for the hydrogen gases like special cryogenic tanks with multi-layer and vacuum protected tanks.
I have a second. Why do you use the liquid hydrogen gas when you use it as a fuel in gas?
We liquefy the hydrogen gas because we reduce the volume. We reduce the volume to store the more fuels. That's why we liquefy the hydrogen gases into liquid.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now moving forward, I call upon our next presenter, abstract ID 046, Timo George.
Good morning everyone. I am Cadet George Thompson from the Department of B Marine Engineering, Amet University. Today I will be presenting my paper of hydrogen fuel cell integration ship propulsion. Today the maritime sector is under strong pressure to decarbonize because the traditional marine engines emit carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, etc., which contribute to pollution and global warming. At this time, hydrogen fuel cells offer a clean and more efficient alternative for this because its byproduct is pure water and heat. Hydrogen fuel cells already proven in other sectors like automobiles, railway systems, etc. And hydrogen fuel cells are more feasible in various research results, etc. Now, these are my objectives of my study. Overview of hydrogen fuel cells. Hydrogen fuel cells convert chemical energy to electrical energy without any combustion. There are mainly two types there. One is PEMFC, proton exchange membrane fuel cells. It works on low temperature, 60 to 80 degrees Celsius. It can quickly start. We can start it as immediately. Then suitable for dynamic loads. It can change to low power or more power without any problem. Then next one is SOFC, solid oxide fuel cell. It works on high temperature, 600 degrees Celsius to 1000 degrees Celsius. But it is more efficient and CHP, means combined heat and power cable. And hydrogen fuel cells byproducts are only water and heat, and its efficiency is lies between 40% to 60%. And this is the diagram, simple diagram of that. And hydrogen fuel cells used in other industries. In automobiles, Toyota, Mirai, and Hyundai Nexo are examples. And in rail system, for example, last two weeks ago, India successfully tested its first hydrogen train. Then also it's used in aerospace, industries, power generation, etc. There are three main configurations we can use in ship propulsion. One is pure fuel cell propulsion. The ship will run only using the hydrogen. Then next one is hybrid system. In this we use hydrogen fuel cells along with the batteries. Next one is we use hydrogen fuel cells to work the auxiliary engines and the emergency systems. The hydrogen storage is done by mainly three ways. One is compressor gas, then liquid nitrogen, and metal hydrates. Then safety regarding this. So hydrogen should be compressed around 350 bar to 700 bar pressure, or in liquefied we need to decrease the temperature to minus 253 degrees Celsius. So we need more safe. So the safety is critical. Leak detection, sensors, ventilation, flame maskings, emergency shutter valves we need to install. Then some engineering challenges. For hydrogen, we need to large tanks to store it. Then hydrogen equipment. Hydrogen can weak the metals. Then also it can use its power as it gets old. Already hydrogen is using in M1 Hydra. It is in Norway, but it's along with batteries. Then ISIS 3 is in Scotland. Now it's not like now in under development. This is the first India's first hydrogen train. Successfully tested. Then hydrogen can produce mainly through steam methane reforming, but during that production carbon dioxide will emit, so it's not 100% green way. Then next one is electrolysis. Then it can store as compressed gas, but its pressure is 350 bar to 700 bar. Then liquid nitrogen, we need to decrease the temperature to minus 253 degrees Celsius. Then safe way is metal hydrates, but it is more heavy. Its benefits is zero emissions, no carbon dioxide, no sulfur dioxide, etc. Then noise is reduced. Then cost as cost for installation, the cost is high, but for maintenance, no maintenance, so no cost will be compared to other machines. So I am concluding. So thank you.
What are the ports that offer hydrogen bunker? Is there any port that gives bunker as hydrogen?
I don't know about that.
hydrogen fuel cell.
Thank you so much. That was a good presentation. Now moving on to our next agenda, I would like to call upon abstract ID 042, Vivin VB. Audience, please give him a good round of applause.
Hello everyone, my name is Vivin VB and I'm an undergrad student in Amet University, currently pursuing marine engineering, and today I'm going to be presenting about revolutionizing marine propulsion with wind and solar energy. So as we know, the marine transportation is the backbone of India's trade and logistics, and it is totally dependent on diesel engine. And the challenges faced are the high cost and the carbon emission which is present. As you know, the environmental pressure demands for cleaner alternatives, and the rising fuel prices have been a problem. So I've come up with a solution, the hybrid propulsion, which is eco-friendly, fuel-saving approach. So this is a hypothetical timeline which I have analyzed and created. So based on the current technology, around 50 ships which are currently operational with wind-assisted propulsion system. And next, the upcoming market expansion, which is the
Silence.
80 plus new hybrid propulsion ships, which has around 13% annual growth rate. And the future outlook in the upcoming decade or so, around 40,000 ships which can be budgeted for hybrid propulsion if the world is planning for the decarbonization of shipping. So this is the literature review of the case studies which I have found in my analysis. So first, the energy sale. It is a eco-marine power 2023. It was developed in 2023 with rigid sails and solar panels, which is a dual renewable source. So this was developed in Japan, and the sail panels route automatically to capture wind for the propulsion, and the solar panels generate electricity for onboard ship uses such as electricity, lighting, and everything. Second, this is the Aditya ferry in 2021. So the Aditya solar ferry, which was developed in Kerala in India 2021, it runs solely based on solar, and it saves up to 50 lakhs per annum, as it is completely emission free, and the solar, based on the solar, they can charge up to 22 batteries, and they can go around 40 to 50 trips without stopping. And then the last one, this is the sewing ACs. So this was generally developed in France for wind propulsion only. So kite is automatically launched automatically in front of the vessel, where it catches the wind, the force of the wind, and propels the ship forward. So the stronger winds to be captured, it would be on the higher altitudes. So the theoretical analysis which I have come up with after the research. So the wind-assisted systems such as sails, lights can save up to 30% fuel on cargo ships. The solar panels totally relies on auxiliary power for lighting, navigation, EGDIS, AIS, etc. It combines both wind and solar propulsion, which reduces the main engine load and saves the amount of fuel and the cost expenses on it. So the hybrid system shows potential for sustainable and efficient marine propulsion. So the challenges which I encountered while during analysis. So the economic barriers, there would be very high upfront costs, and unclear ROI timelines because it is unclear and there is a lot of problems if they are going to approve the project or not. And then the technical limitations. The cargo space contains on large vessels. So when you place the solar panels on board the ship, there wouldn't be enough space where you could store or place it on because there would be a reduction of cargo which would kept and automatically lose money. So it is the reliability issues in poor weather or night. If there is a poor weather, then the solar panels will not generate electricity, or if there was a poor weather, then the wind propulsion system is of no use. So it should be solely based on diesel at that time. The integration issues. The synchronizing of diesel, solar and wind power is a headache technically because there is a lot of systems to be introduced, placed and synchronized. And the safety concerns in the concept system design. So these are the emerging solutions for the challenges. The solar installation. The thin solar installations can be installed on the deck or the superstructure to avoid any loss of cargo spaces. And then the hybrid energy management system. It is a smart system which controls and balances diesel and renewable output from both solar and wind energy. The crew training programs should introduce hybrid propulsion training and marine education so that before you go on board you will have basic knowledge and it will be easier for you to adapt to it and learn about it. And then with this I conclude my presentation with the hybrid wind solar propulsion is a feasible, adaptable and impactful journey. It reduces costs, emissions and diesel reliance. The challenges exist, I get it, but then the solutions are emerging. India can lead the transition to green shipping. Thank you. These are the references where I analyzed my presentation from. Thank you.
Very good. The solar panels. What is the lifespan of a solar panel? How long it can produce electricity?
So if it is maintained properly and if it is taken care of, then it would have a shelf life of up to 15 to 20 years.
Very good.
The regulations already put for these things. If you put something, you need some regulations. Are those regulations in place or still?
I is
not sure.
Yeah, it is yet to come.
Then how they do the trial and how they come into force?
Yeah, so they're experimenting and trying everything out, and even though it is still in process, it is not. Yeah, it is for the normal ferries. It's not like for cargo operations. It is still in the normal small area shipping fleet.
Ferry means you are carrying light.
You mean, yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Any battery requirement for storing the
lithium-ion battery?
So how much battery is required? Volume, space requirement for batteries?
I haven't researched much about it, but thank you for the question. I'll research more about it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was a very informative presentation. Now we move on to our next presentation. It is from abstract ID 047 Arjun P. Audience.
Good morning to all. I am Cadet from the Department of Marine. I am here before you to present a topic of my effluent and energy performance. This presentation examines the integration of biofuels into marine engines. It may focus on how these blends affect on the energy performance, efficiency, and the environmental impact. Types of biofuels. Biofuels are the fuels produced from biomass. They are derived from various sources including vegetable oils, animal fats, and waste materials. These are used to partially or completely replace the conventional petroleum-based fuels. Each type has their own unique properties and their own applications. Benefits. Blending biofuels can enhance the engine performance, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, improve air quality, improve lubrication, and these blends also support the marine sustainability initiatives and regulatory compliance. Impact on efficiency. Biofuel blends can positively impact on efficiency of marine engines. Ship operators may experience better fuel economy due to higher energy content of certain biofuels and improved combustion properties. However, the performance can vary based on the blend's ratio and the engine design. Emission reduction. Utilizing biofuel in marine engineering, marine engines contribute to lower emissions of CO2 and other pollutants. Performance testing method. Performance testing for biofuel blends typically involves benchmark studies comparing traditional fuels with biofuels. Key performance indicators include fuel efficiency, power output, and emission levels. Rigorous testing ensures that marine operators can make informed decisions when adopting biofuel blends. Then I am concluding my topic. Introducing biofuels blends into maritime operations presents significant advantages for engine performance and environmental sustainability. By following few regulations and investing research and development, the shipping industry can effectively transition to more eco-friendly fuel alternatives and enhance the overall efficiency.
Which biofuel do you think is more efficient? More efficient when compared to traditional fuels, carbon fuels?
And still invoice only. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Now I would like to call our next presenter, abstract ID 050 Ranjan.
Good afternoon everyone. I am Ranjan from Marine Engineering second year. Today I am going to present a paper on hydrogen fuel cell integration in ship propulsion. The shipping industry is very important for the world trade, but it also causes a lot of pollution. To reduce this, new rules from the International Maritime Organization are pushing ships to cut emissions. One good solution is using hydrogen fuel cells. First, hydrogen fuel cell overview. In that we talk about functionality. The hydrogen fuel cell is a device that generates electricity by combining hydrogen and oxygen through a chemical reaction, producing only water and heat as a byproduct. It works like a battery but doesn't run down. As long as fuel is supplied, it provides clean, efficient and renewable energy. Now we talk about advantages over conventional engines. Hydrogen fuel cells have many advantages over conventional engines. Traditional engines burn fossil fuels which releases carbon dioxide, sulfur oxide and other harmful gases that pollute the air and damage the environment. In contrast, hydrogen fuel cells produce only water and heat as a byproduct. make them much cleaner. They are also more efficient as they convert fuel directly into electricity without combustion. This reduces noise, vibration, and fuel consumption. Additionally, hydrogen can be produced from renewable sources, making it a sustainable option. Overall, hydrogen fuel cell provides safer, quieter, and eco-friendly alternative to conventional ship engines. Second, mitigation link ship propulsion. In that, we talk about design consideration for vessels. When designing ships to use hydrogen fuel cells for propulsion, safety and efficiency are the main focus. Hydrogen must be stored either as compressed gas or liquid, which requires strong tanks, good insulation and ventilation to prevent leaks. The ship design must include fire safety system, gas detectors and emergency shutdown because hydrogen is highly flammable. Space should be planned for fuel cells, batteries and backup system without affecting ship stability. Weight must be balanced and the layout should allow easy refueling at ports. These considerations ensure that ship can safely and effectively run on hydrogen fuel cells. In conclusion, I would like to say that hydrogen fuel cell integration in ship propulsion offers a clean and sustainable alternative to traditional engines. By reducing emissions and improving efficiency, it supports global efforts to decarbonizing shipping. Through challenges like storage cost and infrastructure remain, ongoing research shows that hydrogen fuel cells can shape the future of green maritime transport. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Now we move on to our last presentation for this session, for which I would like to call Abstract ID 038, Captain Nazir Hussain Sir and Cadet Sukhman Singh Chawla. Please give them a round of applause.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. So let's come to our topic, non-technical other than engineering related things. So I am here to brief on today's topic called Blueprint of India's MDF, Maritime Development Funds. So it has been recently publicly announced in Budget Union 2025 and 2026. India's MDF, Maritime Development Fund, is focusing on maritime growth and economic factors. And as we know that India's coastline is expanded to 11,500 km and most of the transport is done through sea. So both can be have major advantage on India's maritime sector. But on the other hand, only 8% of cargo is being transported through Indian flag vessels, whereas the other 90% is transported through foreign flag vessels. Due to which we have to pay approximately amount of 70 to 90 billion dollars every year to foreign vessels, which is resulting in reducing the number to 7.8% from 40.78% of cargo share. So to compensate this number, we have India has already introduced one fund called SDF, Shipping Development Fund, in year 1959. So during this year 1959, it was established, but it was ultimately abolished in year 1986 because of the systematic flaws. Systematic flaws including taking loans without any fixed value or restrictions. And second one is fixed foreign exchange mismatch. Shipping companies were taking the loan from on US currency, whereas earning it only in Indian rupees, which led to during that time Indian currency was having ups and downs, so that shipping companies couldn't earn in that amount. The third one is closed side.
Okay, I would like to add on this. So shipping industry is a very cyclical business. That means the profits cannot be calculated in a short term. There will always be ups and always be downs. So the profit comes through a long gap. Okay, so basic backdrop of SDF was they did not factor in for the cyclical nature of shipping industry. Not only that, shipping industry is heavily capital intensive. So buying the ship is one thing, running the ship is another thing. So all these things were not accounted for, and the number of defaults increased, number of bankruptcies increased. Not even that, even after that, when they had to recover their asset is ship, there were a lot of bureaucratic hurdles. So the shipping development fund, even though it achieved its part of its objective, which was increasing the tonnage, but then it had a lot of shortcomings and finally it failed. It had to be abolished in 1986.
So, as per the mathematical analysis and as observed, we have seen that under the normal condition, when the market was normal, the debt service coverage ratio was near about 1.3%. And when the market was crashed, the percentage reduced to 0.3% only. Due to this reduced number, the company has to pay around $17.5 million per vessel annually. Due to this loss, company couldn't survive. So again, to compensate this number, Indian government has now introduced a system of MDF, Maritime Development Funds. So in this, it will be divided into two phases as per in our roadmap.
MDF, Maritime Development Fund, is a government's initiative to tackle this issue. So in the February of 2026, in the union budget, they announced that they are going to allocate 25,000 crores. But recently this figure was increased to 75,000 crores. I'm talking 2 days back. So this fund is to pump in the maritime sector so that we can increase the national tonnage. So the whole problem here is we are a developing nation. We have a lot of cargo to be moved. Most of them are imported through energy, but then all the funds are going to foreign flag companies and foreign flag vessels. So this is our country's current measure to address this issue. But same issues were addressed similarly with SDF, but then it could not work out. So this paper is about how we can fine tune this MDF, or what reforms has to be done in this MDF so that the same fate of SDF does not come back to MDF.
So one more research we have done during the SDF time, the financial risk was very high as compared to this MDF fund.
Okay, that slide must be not showing you enough details, but we have done the analysis why that SDF failed. So some risk metrics, the financial risk metrics were not factored in. Like I said, they didn't factor in the cyclical nature of shipping business. They didn't factor that it is a capital intensive business. So these we have, it's basically just fund management, like how the banks do. We are doing some better fund management. We are improving the risk metrics, and we are minimizing the loss. Even default, we are minimizing the loss. So that is how that graph has gone down. In the research paper, we have explained in detail what metrics we have used and what analysis we have done, what simulations we have done, so that how that thing went down. Okay, it might look very brief here, but in the research paper it has been explained.
So now this MDF thing is not only limited to maritime sector, also it is providing advantage to Indian normal citizens as well as the other companies. So from a citizen point of view, we will be getting maximum job opportunities first of all, then we will get a significant foreign exchange savings. Also, apart from this, if MDF is introduced in well-organized manner, we will have cost saving in fuel prices. Around $110 billion can be saved every year by just promoting this MDF.
Okay, so this is the main crux of the paper. What kind of reforms we how we decided what reforms has to be done. So we have taken lessons from the history and as well as the current successful models. So the current, let's start from the history. The major breakthrough in maritime tonnage was done by the British government, and how it happened, previously it was all wooden ships. And then the Industrial Revolution took place, and the biggest advantage was they knew how to make ships in steel, and then they invented the welding technique. So they took that to their advantage. I'll just briefly go through the things and then I'll take what I have taken from this for our MDF reform. Then after post-World War II, all the manufacturing was moved away from the Western countries like United States and UK. They were not manufacturing anymore, they were just relocating the manufacturing to some economies like China and Far East, and they were only importing cheap products. So that is how the boom came into the Eastern countries like Japan, Korea and China. So Japanese, they are all they are known for their artistic craftsmanship and their breakthrough in research. That is how they gained the market from the British. They were able to create bigger, better ships. In fact, in 1970s, they took it as a challenge to create the world's biggest ship. Even though everybody had their doubts or even laughed at them, they managed to do it. And that is how they gained their supremacy. Following that, the Korean government, what they did, they have so using this advantage, what they could do is they could cut short the Japanese cost. They could produce a ship not as good as Japanese ship, but still a cost-effective, cheaper ship. And then the Chinese, what they did, they basically took everything, reverse engineered, and then they scaled up massively. They had a lot of, they pumped in a lot of funds, around $130 billion, and they literally took over everyone. Okay, so now what we are taking from these different governments. So Great Britain took the advantage of Industrial Revolution. So we all know the latest Industrial Revolution is the age of technology, quantum computing, AI, blockchain, all those things. And we Indians, we have a comparative advantage. We are very good in designing. We are very good in engineering. So we have to take this advantage and we have to first invest in shipbuilding technologies, not directly build ships, but to innovate the shipbuilding technologies, shipbuilding designs. Okay, so they have a lot of intelligent think tanks are there, and we have to fund them. We have to get more patents. Then we have to work on some revolutionary project. Like I said, the biggest turning point for Japan was their challenging project of a big oil tanker. Everybody thought it could not be done, but they did it. So similarly, we also have to do some groundbreaking project, but people don't do that because there is always a risk of failure. People think that if I do, I will fail, then what happens? So this MDF should give some sort of insurance to them. So you just start doing it, even if you fail, no problem. We will cover with insurance. Okay. Then we also need to have state-owned conglomerates like Samsung, Daewoo, Hyundai. Even though Daewoo, they bankrupted, but still it is a good concept. If you have a network, if you have an ecosystem, building ships will become cheaper because you have your technology, every sector within your own conglomerate, so it's easier to design and make ships. And finally, we have to, the only thing we can take from China is their build to develop. The Chinese build to develop is unmatched, and they are ready to do whatever they want, whatever is required, they are ready to do it. Whether it's spending money, whether it is reverse engineering, they don't care. They just want to be, they just want to go ahead. So we need that strong determination, that will. So these are the main things which I have taken from other models, and we have injected into the MDF reforms.
So MDF has been built on the robust architectural design, which includes all the mitigate risks. So first of all, we will do the risk assessment of the companies of every ship-related thing. Then we can have the foreign exchange currencies at a fixed price. We can fix the amount of value of the currency. Later, we can provide policies and other things to only the parties which are having a strong hold in the industry. Then if MDF is implemented in this industry, we can have a good atmosphere where each and every sector will contribute to this, contribute together, which can help us in cost optimization.
So risk assessment, like I said, it's a fund management. So we have fine-tuned the risk metrics and FX hedging. So if I want to explain this, let's imagine we have taken a loan from US dollar currency. So right now the currency rate is 89 rupees, but in future it can go more than 100. But when you have to pay back, you are earning in Indian currency, so naturally you will be paying back a lot of money. So to avoid that, we hedge the loan at a certain currency exchange rate. Okay, and then we want to give this money only to people who have fixed cargo. That means they have a business guarantee. So they are the people who will get the loans first. And cost optimization, like always. And of course, we need some reforms in the bureaucratic. Indian bureaucracy standards are slightly weak, so we need to not make it as a hurdle for this implementation. Okay, so that was the conclusion. Like they say, where there is a will, there is a way. So the most important thing is we need to have the will to be to first to satisfy our own needs, to not depend on foreigners or foreign flagships or foreign companies, and then also to overpower them. So first we will self-sustain, then we will take over. Okay.
About India, the budget allocated 25,000 crores.
Yes.
And later on they increased it to 75,000 crores.
Yes, sir.
So what is the reason why they increased it to 75,000 crores? And what is the spending until now they have done? Nearly 6 months has completed.
For this, I would say that government has seen some interest in this merchandise sector. That's why they have invested this much big amount. And talking about, sir, we can see past experience also. Recently, CMA has also showed the interest. They have registered more than 40 vessels on the name of Indian flag. So that points they have pointed out to Indian government that that's why they have increased this value. Thank you.
Here we have got a lot of shipyards.
Yes, sir.
Mostly doing ships for naval purpose. We don't have much. See, all those funds, what the government is going to give, will it go to the naval ships or to the merchant ships? Is there any guidance given in that area?
No, sir. At recent.
Report to duty officer immediately.
Okay, sir. Can you repeat your question?
The funds which have been allocated in the budget, is it only for the merchant vessel or for the naval vessel? Because all the yards in India normally build we have Kochi shipyard, we have the Vizag, then we have one other one is all of them, they make only ships for naval purpose. That's where we are more concentrated. Is there anything which they have put specifically for the merchant vessel? Anything given?
No, sir. In this paper, we have not taken naval vessels into account. We have only discussed about merchant vessel. But we can also include this naval vessel. We can also include naval vessels if we have offshore later.
Because the naval vessels come from a different context. India have different from other countries. They buy the equipment and transfer the technology. Okay. So the cable is another different thing. Now, in fact, shipbuilding and financing 2.0 is being launched. One aspect to make sure interest. Okay. The one thing good is the government is showing a lot of interest and all things stuff. Now we should not be sitting and saying Akani and Adani is doing it. There should be more of us trying to use the opportunities and then grow ourselves too. Okay, opportunities are for everybody. So I understand that 4 yards have been identified. One in Maharashtra, one in Gujarat, one is in Tuticorin, and one is in Durgarajapatnam, slightly north of us. So there are 4 yards coming. In that 2, Hyundai is coming and setting up. Because we are going to use Hyundai heavy industries to come and set up shipyards. So we are following what China did 40 years ago. Okay? So that was a big successful model. There is no way out other than that. Okay? It's not just my interjection, it was not this. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that informative and excellent presentation. With this, we finish with all the presentations for this track. But before we conclude, I invite our chairperson, Chief Engineer Muthukumar sir, to share his reflections.
Good afternoon to everybody. I think everybody is hungry. Good afternoon. So the presentations are excellent. The cadets, the students, the cadets, at least level they are presenting means it is very excellent. The performance is excellent. That is what comment I can give you. And the participants from outside our university, like from colleges like our Institute of Political Science, and we got papers from outside also. Lot of universities and institutions they submitted papers. So it is quite encouraging. This national conference is a huge success actually. Okay, so that is the inference from my side. And the presentation, the students, if they little bit fine tune, like data if you put some little bit more data analysis if you do, then it will be fine. And these are the things regarding the presentations. The first presentation ammonia, most of them are like alternate fuels. The topics what they have chosen is alternate fuels. Basically, everybody you want to reduce the pollution. So that is a good indication. Okay, so when we try to reduce the pollution, we have to consider the cost factor also. So in future, when the technology is coming out, then the cost of production of the alternate fuel also will come down. That is the what we can do. And also, the latest digital technologies like artificial intelligence. Some of you have presented papers in artificial intelligence and blockchain, a lot of things, latest developments, IoT things. Those are all good, encouraging. Okay. Thank you very much for all of you for presenting.
Thank you so much, sir, for your thoughts. Now, may I invite the co-chairperson, Captain Krishna Chitipedi, sir, to share his concluding remarks.
Good afternoon, everybody. Lunchtime has come, so we should cut short. Nice presentation with most of the engineers doing for the alternate fuel, and we had a out of the topic one presented by our Captain Nasir Hussain. Everything has got data, or not only for the present day sailing, for future. What we should look at was there. And what we have taken from here, what we are going to implement, should also be taken by you, those who have sat over here, should think what we are supposed to do, what we have to think for the future. That should be in your mind. Some of the things we put some vague question just to see whether we have thoroughly researched or just taken something. Many of them are very smart people. See, we do smart things very easily. Take out from the AIs, take out, give, and we are all normally intelligent people. You are artificially intelligent people. So that should not be. That is the reason of questioning. Some of the answers were very good. We didn't expect, because they have thoroughly gone through, that is why they could answer. And the last topic is very important, because if we improve our coastal navigation, we don't have to look for jobs outside, we can provide jobs for others. That should be our motive. So the last topic should be taken into consideration. Whatever you have done, those things, when you join with this, you will have a good life, not only for the people who are going to be future coming into this field. Okay, thank you very much. Nice presentation.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable remark. Now I would like to call upon our beloved principal. Now I would like to call upon our beloved principal, Captain Srinivas Gopal sir, to facilitate our chairperson and co-chairperson with a memento. Thank you, sir. A heartfelt thanks to our chairperson, co-chairperson, presenters, and participants. With this, we come to the conclusion of track 4 on maritime diversification and efficiency. Today's presentations have highlighted how the maritime sector is embracing innovation, sustainability, and strategic growth to meet the evolving demands of global trade. From new technologies to efficient practices, each speaker has brought forward ideas that will pave the way for a stronger and more adaptable industry. We extend our sincere appreciation to all the presenters for their insightful contributions, and let us try to carry forward these learnings as we continue to build a diversified and efficient maritime future. Thank you.
Now we have lunch. After that, all of you are requested to assemble at auditorium again at 1400 hours for valedictory ceremony. 1:45. 13:45 hours for valedictory ceremony. For the participants of track 3 and 4, kindly get your certificate of presentation from counter over there.
நீங்கள் தானே ஆன் பண்ணீங்க, நானும் ஆன் பண்ணேன். நான் இங்கே தானே இருக்கேன். யாருக்கு ஆதித்யா? ஹலோ ஆதித்யா, நீ போடுறா கேக்குதா? தேவடியா ரகுராம் தான்டா. பவர் பேங்க் எங்கடா? நான் இது எங்கே தான் இருக்கேன், ஆடிட்டோரியத்தில். சரி, என்னதுல கனெக்ட் ஆயிடுச்சு. பவர் பேங்க் தான் வேணும் எனக்கு. 40 இருக்குது, தாங்குமா? அவன் போட்டுக்கிட்டான். சொன்னா நான் இன்னும் நேரத்தில் வந்துருப்பேன்டா. இருக்கா ரூம்? அங்கே இதில் ரூமில் இருந்து சிங்கிளடா. டபுள் இல்லை, எக்ஸ்ட்ரா. என்ன பண்ணுறது? நாளைக்கு காலேஜ் தானே? ஆமாம், நாளைக்கு ஒர்க்கிங் டேன்னு சொல்லியிருக்காங்க சார். அர்ஜென்ட்டாக ஒன்று 40 தான் இருக்குது. சரி, ஏன் வைஃபைல தானே இருக்குது? வைஃபைல தான் இருக்குது, 40 தான் இருக்குது. சரி, அங்கே வேணும்ண்ணா, அங்கே இல்லைடா. சரி, நான் அப்படியே கொடுக்குறேன். நீங்கள் போய் கேமரா இங்கே உட்கார். நீ எங்கே அங்கே போகிற? ஃபஸ்ட்டு அவனுக்கு பிடிச்சி வச்சுருக்கான் தெரியுமா? கேட்டுருக்கு, ஏன்டா சேவ் பண்ண வர மாட்டேங்கலான்ட்டு. அது செகண்ட் இயர். ஆமாம் சொன்னார், எனக்கு கேட்டார். உங்களையா? என்ன கேட்டார், செகண்ட் இயர் ஏன்டா சேவ் பண்ணிட்டு வர மாட்டாங்களான்ட்டு. பண்ணணும்டா. எங்களுக்கு நம்ம மீடியாக்குள்ளே போடணும்னா எதுவும் பண்ண முடியாது.
बस करो भाई, ए नल्ली नल्ली स्टॉप। സ്ക്രീനോ
இந்த ஒரு ரூபா ஃப்ரீயாக விட்டார கரெக்டாக இருக்கும்.
Quiet. Keep quiet. Morning guys, keep quiet.
A very good afternoon to one and all gathered here. It's my honor to welcome you all to the valedictory ceremony of National Conference on Entrepreneurship and Sustainability for the Future Shipping, NCESFS 2025. Held in conjunction with the 153rd birth anniversary celebration of the legendary freedom fighter and maritime pioneer V.O.C. Today, we celebrate not only the spirit of entrepreneurship and sustainable practices in the maritime industry, but also pay tribute to the vision, courage, and pioneering legacy of V.O.C. a true son of India whose contributions continue to inspire generations. To commence this ceremony, I invite everyone to rise and join us for the Tamil Thai Vaazhuttal, seeking the blessings of our motherland.
அகர முதல எழுத்தெல்லாம் ஆதி பகவன் முதற்றே உலகு.
Please be seated. It's now my privilege to invite Captain Srinivas Gopal, Principal of ENTREPRENEURSHIP, Amet University, to deliver the welcome address and extend a warm greetings to all our guests, delegates and participants.
Good afternoon, everyone. Not a good start, but I apologize to everybody. That was a very important part of our ceremony. Let me, respected Provost, Colonel Dr. Tirvasikam, our Chief Guest and Guest of Honor, Dr. Mr. C.V. Chidambaram, my colleague and Deputy HOD, Dr. K. Rajesh, Captain Sudarshan, who has also been assisting in the events so far, my dear faculty, who all have contributed so well for conducting this session, dear cadets. Thank you very much for being here. Let me first welcome our respected Provost, who was our Vice Chancellor for 11 years, and the last 2 years has been our Provost, and has been guiding us through various achievements, academically and otherwise, for Amet University. Welcome, sir. And we have Mr. C.V. Chidambaram with us. All of you all might have been introduced to him yesterday. He's the grandson of our V.O.C, the great V.O. Chidambaram, the great freedom fighter, and you must have heard about I also welcome Dr. Rajesh, my colleague and Deputy HOD in the Nautical Science Department. He was worked very hard for the last 4 or 5 months. We started off with just an idea from our Vice Chancellor where he mentioned that we should celebrate the Earth Central Day of the great freedom fighter V.O.C. And it was his 153rd birth centenary, and he had entrusted it to the maritime Studies department. That means it is not only the nautical science, also the marine engineering department. And we all have together brought this to this particular valedictory event. And thank you all of you all for your support, and thank you Captain Bradley for your hard work, and I can see every attention you have paid to even the minute details. Thank you very much. Sudarshan also here. We very much you must have seen the panel discussions yesterday, all three of them. Courtesy our Captain Sudarshan, the liars would call for them and ensure that you had a very good session. Of course, we had stalwarts from the industry speaking, but getting them together and organizing it in such a wonderful way has to be appreciated. Thank you. I would not be doing justice if I don't thank our Chancellor, Dr. J. Ramchandran, our President, Dr. Rajesh Ramchandran, our Vice President Academics, Dr. Deepa Rajesh, our Registrar, Dr. Sangeeta Renan, our Vice Chancellor too, who is not here today, is out of station, for all the support given to us to make this event happen. I thank them also. Further, it's been a lovely revelation to me also, because what I had read about V.O.C was very small, what I did in school. And then I started following up now. But last days I opened my eyes of what all must have happened in those years. How a person, where we didn't have any kind of communication at all, I can say. Right? It had to be like, if something has to be communicated, probably you have to go on a horse led by what you call doe or something like that. And that's how communication would have been happening. But you had a man whose picture was published in some newspaper in Kolkata. I mean, imagine what he must have done to get such a kind of an attention. Even an era where communication, I can say, was nil. It was nil. And yesterday, when we have also showed that newspaper building, that was like a mind trip. What can happen? See, these things could have happened in that generation. What can we not do? Technology has come so far. And this man, what a person. He started off, I don't think the shares was something thought about those days. So we got the concept of shares. We call it crowdfunding nowadays. Somebody was mentioning in one of the papers, let's go for crowdfunding to get finances. He has done something like that, because I don't think he would have bought the ship with his own money. He got the community also to work in it. So what did that person see? Now this is what we should learn from this particular person. And use that and see, okay, we can imagine beyond. And that is when you will be able to come out with something out of the box. So this is what I hope we will be able to encourage you all to do going forward. And the only way to contribute to the nation. And let me tell you, if you do not move along with the development, you will fall aside. You will not matter. Right? So please take this as the lesson from this great person, V.O.C, and use it in your approach to your life. I wish you all the best and all the success to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Victor, for a warm and inspiring welcome. We are honored to have with us our Honorable Provost of Amet University, Colonel Dr. G. Thiruvasar, to deliver the presidential address. Please, sir.
Good afternoon to every one of you present here. Good afternoon. That's great. Most respected Chief Guest of this valedictory program, Sri C.V. Siddharam,
the grandson of Ulaganathan, Apollonia Tamil, Babu Sidambaramடைய பேரன் திருமதி C.V. சிதம்பரம் அவர்களே, beloved and respected Dean Captain V.O.C, my colleagues on the dais, Dr. Rajesh, Dr. Sudarshan, other colleagues, and above all my dear local student friends. I don't know how I can register my appreciation and thanks to the departments of Marine and Nautical Science, who have fulfilled the long-time desire of our founder and chancellor, Dr. J. Ramachandran. He has been telling me, even during my chancellorship, why not we go for a big program, or a conference, or a convention, just to pay tribute to the Babu Sidambaram. Due to many reasons, it couldn't happen. But it happened now, all because of the efforts made by our Honorable Vice Chancellor, who is absent today, and Captain V.O.C, of course, the entire faculty members of both the Department of Marine Engineering and Nautical Science, and the student friends of all marine discipline as well, for which I would like to convey the sincere thanks on behalf of our Chancellor Dr. J. Ramachandran and all my departments. This program has been conducted in an appropriate time as well. Very recently, we have hoisted the tricolor on 15th August 2025 and celebrated our 79th Independence Day function. In that function as well, I have mentioned very specifically, as far as freedom fighters of India is concerned, India, knowingly or unknowingly, purposefully or not given much importance to tell about, to talk about, to know about certain freedom fighters of those days. They were kings, chieftains, and leaders as well. In this list, with your acceptance, I can include Babu Sidambaram also. The population of 140 crores of India, I am sorry, V.O.C is unknown. V.O.C not known to all the people of the country as well. Not only V.O.C, my friends from other parts of India, please excuse me. I have to give you another statement. There is a place, or rather to say places of within 25 kilometers, the southern part of Tamil Nadu, high freedom fighters. They lived, struggled, lost their life to get the freedom of India. To start with, the very first king of India who fought for freedom, basically bullets, died on the spot, is nothing but, who is he, Veeran Alagamuttu. He is the very first Indian king who of entire India, among the kings of India, fought against Britishers, lost his life. He was from Katamkulam. near Kutralam. Okay. The next person is Veeramandi Kattapoman from Punjab. Okay. Resisted the Britishers. Why? We should pay tax to you. It is our land, our soil, our water, our labor. We work, we produce. Why we have to pay tax to you? He raised his voice. Resisted agony. And in front of the public by the Britishers, lost his life. And the third person, young and energetic, Vajinathan, belongs to Tirunelveli districts. Maniachi, young for he was not able to tolerate the trouble given by Britishers to the Indian leaders of South. Every day they sent people to jail. Every day they killed our own Indian leaders. He wanted to take a revenge. He was waiting in the railway station, Maniachi railway station. Train came, then district collector William Robert Ashe, along with his wife, was inside the train. Jumped into the train, all of a sudden, shot dead the district collector, saying that Vande Bharat, Vande Bharat, Vande Bharat. The next minute, he shot himself, committed suicide, died. He is from the fourth leader. He is also not popular. உச்சி மீது வானிடிந்த போகின்ற போது அச்சமில்லை ஆடுவோமே பல்லு பாடுவோமே ஆனந்த சுதந்திரம் அடைந்து விட்டோம் என்று ஆடுவோமே பல்லு பாடுவோமே 30 கோடி முகமுடையா என மைப்புற உட்புடையா செப்பு ஒழிப்ப நட்டுடையா சிந்தனை உட்புடையா அடினானே from Ettayappuram. Saved to be with the years. Then the hero of this day, V.O.C. from Vattapuram. Okay, that the story you have been listening for the last 2.5 days. And I am also going to brief very briefly afterwards as well. So all these leaders in a short place of 20 kilometer radius lived, worked, dedicated, sacrificed their life, and finally got the freedom. After the freedom, also no one has taken care of all these people. That's a pathetic situation as well, my dear friends. Okay. Coming to V.O.C. What is different from? Simply, very simple. We heard about non-cooperative movements. We heard about Satyagraha. We heard about Gandhi March. We heard about many revolutions. All people work towards opposing the Britishers, forgetting, ignoring the dresses of Britishers. But this man thought differently as well. Hello, British gentlemen, no way Indians are inferior. When you have a ship, why not we Indian also have a ship? He competed with the Britishers. No one thought about. Gandhi thought about differently. Nehru thought about differently. Patel thought about differently. But he thought about totally differently. He has proved himself. Indian, Tamil can very well buy a ship and sail a ship as well. Should they see? Ship, he made it. Not only that, my dear friends, he must regulate. He must regulate for certain things. Every time we celebrate, say happy independence. But certain things we have to regulate. The same gentleman V.O.C. because right now his grandson is here. He wanted a very rich family. Very Panakara Kudumbam. For a small example, his father wanted to give him an English medium education. That time there was no English medium school and Vattapuram. For the sake of his the English medium school at Praran. Can you think about his richness? For the sake of his son, he established an English medium school and admitted his son and along with the other son as well. That much rich. He would have continued as a lawyer. Might be a big lawyer. Might have earned a lot of money as well. But he didn't prefer that. He served for the country. What happened at the end, you know? What happened at the end? Even those leaders struggled for freedom, occupy a position of the Prime Minister, occupy a position of the President of India, occupy the position of so many places, positions. What happened to his tata, his grandfather, what happened to him, you know? He lost everything. Ship, he lost. The Britishers, they have overtaken. He lost his profession of lawyer as well. Irony, he has taken his wife to Chennai from Tuticorin, from Motoppa. He started a small grocery shop. He started a grocery shop. Who has given a ship? Who has taken a ship for the sake of India? He worked against the Britishers. He has given a model ship to India. He became very, very poor. Taken his wife to Chennai and started a small business, but also not worked out well. He suffered for 3 times the food, the history says. We are talking about that type of settlement today. Are you able to follow? What India is, I will come to the point where we have to regret. He must feel very bad as well. During his struggle, he was arrested, taken to the jail. The jail was Coimbatore. Jail was Coimbatore. He has been given what work, you know. How many people in the jail they will be given some work, do some agriculture work, do some carpentry work, do some bakery making work. For him, the work is totally different. What different? Getting oil. How getting oil? It is known as turning the oil press. In Tamil it is called as circle. You have to press oil. In those days, for that purpose, Indians, Tamilians, traders, they used bullocks for the purpose. Bullock. The secretary yard, Maadagan, cattle, bullocks they eat it. They remove the cattle, asked him to do this. That gentleman V.O.C. for the sake of this country, he has undergone that kind of agony. Can you believe? Not for his family, not for his wife, not for his son, not for his grandson. For the sake of the country, he suffered. The day has come. The date of release from the jail has come. V.O.C. came out of the jail. How many people went to receive him? In the entrance of the jail, you know, only 4 people. In India, must accept that, I am telling you. A person who lost all his properties, a person who has very first time sailed a ship on behalf of Indians, was in the jail, suffered, he came out. The date that they know, the public know, the particular date he is going to be released. It should be of almost hundreds, thousands of people must go and receive him for the entrance. Who are our poor people, you know? Wife, son, Subramani Siva, his old friend, another great freedom struggle. He was affected by leprosy. That time. That was the remedy, solution given to the people from leprosy. Subramani Siva, he was standing in distance from him, saying that you are supporting God. You came out from the side. I came here to receive you. Sorry, don't come to me. I am affected with leprosy. Don't come to me. Don't come to me. No. V.O.C. said, nothing doing. Anything that happened. He came and hugged his friend, Subramani Siva, who was affected with leprosy as well. Definitely, we have to recruit Indians. This much of treatment will be getting. You go to jail, see the political leaders are coming outside from the jail today, really committing a mistake, really committing a fraud, really look at property, out of the jail, lot of facts, lot of Zindabad, Taliban Walgate. It's not only for V.O.C. It happened to Subramania Bharati also. Subramania Bharati. Subramania Bharati. He had been to many places. Kasi, Rameswaram, so many Sri Lanka, even in Pondicherry, Tamil Nadu, so many places. His poem, his poetry made each and every Indian irrespective of the age. Irrespective of the age. We are given a lot of patriotism. Final life of Bharatiya. Even during his life, he was very poor. He was very poor. Okay, doesn't have proper dress, doesn't have proper boot. Very interesting person. Final life. Very he triplicate only, he gave very nice. And the temple, elephant, Ikkadiyu, got very big problem. Very big problem. After a few days, he died. Bharatiya died. How many people were there when his body was taken to the funeral ground, you know? Only 12 people along with his dead body taken to the funeral ground. Hey India! Hey Indians! Hey India! Hey Indians! You have given this much of respect only to the people who serve for the country. I am very assured about it. Very much assured about it. Okay. These are but there were leaders. There are leaders. On the day of funeral, entire country will come, entire military forces will come, all will salute, all people will come, 1 day holiday, 1 week holiday, all flags will come halfway. What a difference. Okay. Not only those days, even today also, we are not respecting all these leaders. I would like to quote few examples. Hello, my dear friends. My dear cigarettes, foreigners, please excuse me. Because his life is very much relevant to maritime also. His life is very much relevant to shipping industry also. His life is very much relevant to shipping trade also. So, how this industry is respected even today, after independence, having photographs somewhere, celebrating, remembering on the day of independence itself. Point number 1. There are 5,33,000 registered seafarers in India. And 2,45,000 sailors in India right now. Now I am putting a question. Out of all these people, how much percentage of seafarers know about V.O.C? That's my question. How many of them? If you happen to be in Tamil Nadu, as a cadet, as a seafarer, someone, one way or other you would have heard about V.O.C. But it should go to each and every seafarers. Because the origin of shipping made in India by V.O.C. You must regret. You have any program to tell about that. I am coming one more point. There are 124 Indian ships. 124 Indian ships. I am not talking about foreign ships. Which includes Navy, Russian Navy ships also. How many ships named after V.O.C? I am asking a question. How many ships named after V.O.C? Can you, most respected, beloved, honorable Prime Minister of India, Your Excellency, Madam President of India, can you list out any one of the ship named after V.O.C? No. Pardon?
The number of one ship was there.
Yeah.
Shipping of everything was there.
Where?
Passenger ship,
In Chennai, I want a ship to be recognized in the other part of India as well. Yes, we have a port here. The name of V.O.C, a port here. But as per my statistics, there are 14 major Indian ports, 270 non-major ports. Why Kuchipudi port alone V.O.C? It is because he is from here. But Mahatma Gandhi, everywhere. Similarly, Mahatma Gandhi. And Karachi Mahatma Gandhi, Pune Mahatma Gandhi, Maharashtra Mahatma Gandhi. Why this kind of disparity? Because he came from Tamil Nadu. Because he was not aligned with Mahatma Gandhi even during his struggle. His leader was Telugu. There was a politics again. The right history of freedom as well. Just again, there are 1,100 universities in India. The only one university in India is celebrating 153 years birthday, that is Amet University, India. That means rest of the India doesn't have knowledge about the university. It must come. When you put Mahatma Gandhi, I am not against Mahatma. He is our father of nation. I salute and respect. I want equal respect to my V.O.C also. That is my request. He not equal, at least some percentage of salute to V.O.C as well. That is my don't complete resolution. I am against Mahatma Gandhi. Without him, we cannot be here. The India cannot be here. Understand? So, likewise, so many buildings in Delhi. Every brigade, so many leaders. I don't see a single building of government of India named after V.O.C. or Subramania Bharati. Okay. But this is all again coming to the point. Every year in Tamil Nadu, in India, we are admitting 14,000 students in the maritime program. 14,000 students in maritime program. At present, there are 2,73,000 maritime students in entire India maritime courses. You are happy to be at Chennai, you are happy to be at Tamil Nadu, you are able to have some knowledge about the V.O.C, that's all. Do you mean that a student of maritime at Pune has some knowledge about it? No. You have to spread, you have to make awareness about these gentlemen. This is my request. Of course, I have shared information which is not very much acceptable. Finally, I would like to share there are happiness. I have to share that as well. Equally, I am happy also. To start with, Amet University conducted a 1.5 days conference. It is my appeal and request on behalf of the management. It need not be of only 2025. It should be a regular feature of every person. That will be fine. Rajesh, you cannot take risks. So, what I have done, every year, it be not who is going to have it as well. 1 year, every year do it. And our answer is in particular doing for other dignitaries also as well. That is going to happen, it is my request. Then, it need not limit only with the conference. We must do some research on his work. We have to give a topic for PhD and other projects, especially with younger friends. When they come for a project, give them a title of V.O.C as well. And finally, what I am proposing, my dear friends, there is a program called Value Added Courses in universities, especially to meet out the NAC requirements. The basic principle of value added, it should not be subject related. Apart other than subject related. Why not you give the program of certificate or diploma and the value of the program about the life history of how to the proper life. Every student will take it for granted. Every student will take it. Instead of thinking about artificial intelligence, machine learning, okay, this is not fine. They will do for the sake of their vocation. But when they learn about this V.O.C, they will have the spirit over India, they will have the patriotism over the struggle of India as well. It is going to happen. My dear friends, I should thank the grandson, C.V. Chidambaram, who is making his presence today. He has been with us for the last 2 days. What else he wants, sir? What else he wants? Now, Tata பார்க்க முடியாது. Tata பார்க்க முடியாது. Tata பார்க்கும்போது கீழே விழுந்து கும்பிடுவோம். போடா ஆளு ஆசீர்வாதம் பண்ணுவோம். அந்த ஆசீர்வாதம் அப்பா விட்டோம்னா தாத்தாவுக்கு சேர்த்து, தாத்தாக்க விட்டோம்னா தாத்தாவுக்கு சேர்த்து. அதனால all of you, we are going to bow our head under the foot of Mr. Chidambaram as if we are bowing our head to V.O.C. Chidambaram. Please stand up, all of you. Please bow your head for a minute. Bow your head for a minute. This way we are honoring our V.O.C. Wish you all best of luck. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, sir, for your motivating and insightful address. Your guidance serves as an inspiration to all participants and delegates. It's an honor to introduce our chief guest, Mr. C.V. Chidambaram, a distinguished professional whose life and career embody the values of service, leadership and enterprise. Mr. Chidambaram carries forward a proud legacy as a grandson of the legendary freedom fighter V.O. Chidambaram Pillai, fondly remembered as Kappalodiya Tamilan and the son of V.O.C. Waleswaran. A man of diverse academic accomplishment, he holds a BE, MA, MPhil and a postgraduate diploma in labor law and administration law, blending technical expertise with legal and managerial proficiency. Mr. Chidambaram began his career in the Indian Air Force, where he served the nation for 20 years with courage and commitment. His tenure includes challenging posting from the freezing Siachen Glacier at -28 degrees centigrade to the scorching run of Kutch at +35 degrees centigrade, which demonstrating resilience, adaptability and dedication under the most extreme conditions. After his distinguished service in defense, he transitioned into the corporate sector, excelling as the pan-India sales head of the leading automobile multinational and later as business head of the renowned legal compliances service firm. For over 30 years, he led teams, drove growth and sharpened his expertise in business strategy, leadership and operations. Today, as the managing partner of a specialized manufacturing company in Madurai, Mr. Chidambaram spearheads the production of oil seals, O-rings and rubber gaskets, ensuring high-quality industrial solutions and sustained business growth. With a career spanning defense, corporate leadership and entrepreneurship, and with the inspiration of his great ancestral legacy, Mr. C.V. Chidambaram stands as a true symbol of discipline, vision and leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. C.V. Chidambaram, a professional leader shaped by service, shaped by experience and inspired by heritage. I request Honorable Colonel Dr. G. Tiruvasagam, Provost of Amet University, to present a memento to our chief guest, Mr. C.V. Chidambaram, grandson of V.O. Chidambaram and managing partner of Meenakshi Amman Rubber Seals, Madurai, and adorn a shot as token of our level appreciation. Also, I request the dignitaries on the dais to join along with them. Thank you, dignitaries. Now I request our chief guest, Mr. C.V. Chidambaram sir, to deliver the chief guest address. Please, sir.
Respected Principal, Captain Srinivas Gowda, respected Provost, Colonel Dr. G. Tiruvasulu sir, respected Vice Chancellor Professor Dr. V.O.C, who is not here, respected Deputy HOD Captain Dr. K. Rajesh, respected Associate Professor Captain Sudarshan, faculties, desk, and my dear parents. And my special thanks to respected Founder Chancellor of Amet University, Dr. J. Ramachandran. To everyone, my good afternoon. We all know V.O.C. sir, lawyer, my profession, freedom fighter, writer, orator, publisher, poet, social reformer, the man with gratitude, and Sudesi movement organizer, union leader, and former improvement missionary. See, incidentally, or I can say with proud moment, I was in the same class 4 months back in the month of April, and I gave endowment lecture elaborately on V.O.C. for about 1.5 hours. So I touched about every aspect. He is actually not only freedom fighter or lawyer, he is multifaceted leader, and he is a great visionary. Especially, I will touch upon one farmers union, which generally many people doesn't know, that I will touch up to later. Today I will just talk about 3 points out of this 12. One is gratitude, because it involves my father. Second is Sudesi, farmer life improvement, that is farmers, Kisan. Third is Sudesi movement. See, in Tirukural one Kurul is there. Entandri Kondarkum Vimundam Vimille Segandri Kondarnada. That is, if you are forgetting help, on time help, there is no remedy for it. It is a great thing. That's what we want to say. That is the curriculum. So my grandfather V.O.C, he showed gratitude to the people who helped him on time in various forms. Now I will tell 3 incidents. He named his children on the name of the people who helped him on various occasions. See, post imprisonment, V.O.C was banned to enter his native districts. That is beyond Madurai, he was not allowed by British. So he was forced to live in Chennai and do petty businesses. Though he was having, and still near about 400 plus acres of land on V.O.C. name in Gottapara, which is used by many people, and we are not claimed also. That is, we are just give them. So, in spite of that much property, he was owning because of the ban or his movement towards south, because that fire, that spark should not, freedom spark should not trigger again. So, he was not allowed to travel beyond Madurai. So, he was forced to settle in Chennai and doing business. Ultimately, he is not business. He actually is like donor, he gives whatever he has. So, the business was in loss only because the people, poor people, if they ask for loan, he will give them credit, but nobody is going, nobody is going to return the money on time unless you ask forcefully. So at last he was supposed to shut down the business also. So this post-imprisonment, one Gary Public, who was a diamond miner in South Africa, he helped him by sending 5,000 rupees through Gandhiji, who also came to India for first time, leaving South Africa in 1950. This 5,000 he got it after 5 years, after a lot of struggle involving Tilagar, everything. Gandhi has not given first, in spite of repeated letter correspondences. Lastly, Tilagar was very strong politician. He involved with that. Then he said, Gandhi said, I put the money in the Congress fund. But whereas at last Tilagar got it, so V.O.C got that 5,000 lakh, but he has not taken any interest for that 5 years. So that very appropriately, to respect him, he has named his daughter as Vedavalli first. So second, V.O.C was having a lot of legal books, collections. He was knowing 100% acts or criminal, especially criminal law and civil too. So those books he wanted to preserve it. So when Subramanian Madhya was there in Coimbatore, he helped him to keep the books because British was denied to take any documents from V.O.C and safeguard it. They wanted even the legal books also to be destroyed. That was the hatred of Britishers towards V.O.C. So Subramanian Madhya against of British, he has kept it safely. So to commemorate him, his help, my grandfather kept my period, that is V.O.C.'s 7th child. V.O.C. is blessed with 8 children, first 2 sons, 4 daughters, then 2 sons. So 7th is Subramanian. So 8th one is my father, that is Maleswaran. Actually, when he was imprisoned, so automatically his lawyer license was cancelled by the British. So he was unable to practice in the court. So Justice Wallace, he has helped him to revoke the this one, lawyer license. So to show his gratitude to Justice Wallace, he named his last son, that is my father, as Valeswaran. Because Wallace, it is a Christian name, to be fact. To convert it to Indian, he has added Iswaran. So Valeswaran. So this is first gratitude. Second is farmers' improvement, that is Kisan. See, few years back, you remember this agricultural law was introduced in central government and paid farmer protection law. This was so many strike was going on in Delhi, and lastly that laws were withdrawn. This he has predicted 100 years back. So V.O.C. he has registered a farmers welfare Sangam on 21st October 1921. 22nd October 1921, and its prime, this first agenda point is farmers should directly sell their product to the consumer without indulging any mediator, that is called broker. No mediator, directly they have to sell. Till now it is not happening. It has not. We are our people, they are selling through traders only. I have seen in Madurai, one tar means, that banana tar, big, that is, you can say, hundreds of bananas will be there in one lunch, you can say. That will, they will simply give it for 100 rupees or 120 rupees on road. That too he has to give in the morning and take the money in the evening. But you and me are buying one banana is 7 rupees, 10 rupees like that. 100 banana is 1,000 rupees. But whereas that farmer is getting only 100 rupees or at the maximum 200. So that's why V.O.C. was insisting that farmers should sell their young produce to the market directly, not through brokers. So now one more thing, see for example USA and all, they are farming 100 acres, 200 acres, 300 acres. Now but in India, our farmers are farming only in 50 cents, 1 acre, 2 acres, small plots, and that also they will put bund to keep the water. Instead, V.O.C was insisting collective farming. So you all farmers join together, 10, 15, 20 like-minded farmers join together and start collective farming so that bunds will not be there. We are losing hectares, thousands of hectares in bund only to keep the water. Because people will say immediately water scarcity, nothing like that. Only because of our mindset. Always fighting between brothers and cousins. This is my area, this is your area, so put the bund. This is what happened. On father to a fourth son, 2 acre land will be divided into 4 sons, 50 cents. That's all. Small plot. So collective farming is must. For collective farming, unity is must. So this is what is insisting. V.O.C is insisting. Collective farming has to be done. Till now in India it is not. Till now. In Punjab it is happening. Haryana it is happening. But rest of India, nothing. So far no. And soil test. The soil test, he was telling, you have to plant the seed according to the soil. Now only after 2014 we are having mobile soil testing unit visiting every village. Before that there was one soil testing unit there in the capital city. You have to send the soil and wait for the result. Which seed can be cropped there. So this is happening now. And he was insisting agricultural studies should be initiated for the Indians. And further he was telling the barren lands, government barren shall plant plenty. To improve the soil quality and water table, we have to plant more trees on the barren lands. This is what the Farmers Welfare Association, Sangam, he has done in 21, and out of his main agenda, 10 agendas were there, but I have written main agendas 5, and the 5, 3 are not met in India still now. Then coming to the last point, Swadeshi movement. So what do you mean by Swadeshi? You can tell, let us interact. Swadeshi. Actually, Swadeshi means self-reliant. Okay. Self-reliant can be done only if you make yourself. Self-reliance. Now, those days Swadeshi, what it was? Not only self-reliant, and also you have to boycott British goods. This main point I have taken, I will come to the later stage of this Swadeshi movement. So you have to boycott of British goods for improving our inland production, self-economy, everything. So V.O.C started this Swadeshi movement in Tamil Nadu or rather in the south because 4 stalwarts were there. Yesterday over attended, you must have seen, that is Lal Bal Pal. Eastern sector, Lala Lajapati Rai, Bipin Chandra Pal. Northern sector, Lala Lajapati Rai. Western sector, Balagangadhar Tilak. South, V.O.C 4 people only. And in this I would like to add one more thing. Our Provost Colonel Sir was worried V.O.C was not recognized. And to the fact, whoever opposed Gandhi's principle were not included, including Balagangadhar Tilak, Lala Lajapati Rai, Bipin Chandra Pal, and I touch upon the unsung heroes after this because so many are there. I'll tell you. Unsung heroes are many in India. Now, so Swadeshi movement means Britishers come to do business and attack this place. So we will first eradicate their business. So he started shipping corporation. Swadeshi steam navigation. So earlier that against this British India steam navigation company. So after this happened in 1908. Now already British were in red fire, on red fire, they were on fire literally when he started union movement. That is horrible strike. By union movement he made the labor of around 2,000 workers to make strike, and he fed their family around 6,000 to 8,000 people for 9 days because they are all poor. British are just using them without any holiday, without any working hour. That is only you have to see your hand palm. When you are able to see your lines on your palm, you have to go for work. When you are unable to see your lines, you have to come back. That's what the working hours, no holidays for festival, no Sundays, and very low wages. To improvise that, he did many things. That is another part. By that, British faced a great loss across the India. That was United India, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Afghanistan, till Afghanistan. All the British mills, they felt a loss. So they were already angry. Somehow they have to arrest him and totally eliminate him from the politics, if possible from here. That was their plan. So when V.O.C. again started this shipping corporation, Swadeshi shipping corporation against British, they felt real heat. So they were waiting for a chance. So that time Bipin Chandra Pal got released and V.O.C. made a great procession on that. By showing that a fake case was lodged against him and they put him behind the bars that day itself. Yesterday one Chalapati sir has come, Mr. Chalapati, Venkata Chalapati, who got Sanitya Ramani Academy Award also. He has written book on that post-arrest, this one, 1908, Tirunelveli Race, that book name, in Tamil he has written, that is, after the arresting, so many riots happened across South. So, they framed a case and put behind the bars. So, and ultimately in 2011, they bought it, again, they threatened and took the ships also. So ultimately Swadeshi shipping corporation was closed. Swadeshi movement. But at the same time he started Swadeshi cooperative store also. He was so Swadeshi, that is Make in India, he was deliberate. He was publishing in his books that the book contains Indian made ink, Indian made thread, Indian made paper. On his books, whatever he published. So that much he was very true to Make in India products. So now I will come to that unsung heroes. Recently I happened to preside a function of releasing one book, Vidudalai Poril Sirgali. That is, Vidudalai Por means freedom struggle. Sirgali is the name of a place. So it's a very nicely written book. In that, he has mentioned 5 chapters about V.O.C. Incidentally, that front cover also V.O.C. only. And his last cover is, rear cover is, backside cover is Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. He told about this, that author told about this. The freedom fight, real freedom fight started with V.O.C. and he ended with Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. In between, everybody is supporter of British, but pretended to be freedom fighters. So, in that book, he has mentioned about the Swadeshi movement. The Sirigari people how well. Sirigari, Tanjavur district is the rice bowl of Tamil Nadu. These people, that boat mail, have you heard of boat mail? One train was there, boat mail. You also must have heard that, boat mail. That boat mail, why it is because they are arranged a train up to Dhanushkodi. Then they will themselves will load in the boat to Sri Lanka, rice. Whatever they are loading, whatever rice loaded in Sirgali, Tanjavur, everywhere, this area, Delta area, they will take up to Dhanushkodi. That time Dhanushkodi train station was there. From Dhanushkodi, they themselves will load the rice bags into ship and to deliver into Sri Lanka. That's why that mail also got boat mail. But Sirgali farmers to load the rice bags to Sri Lanka in V.O.C. Swadeshi ships, they came from all this area, they collected and they not used the train, instead they used the boat and delivered the paddies to Thoothukudi for further movement to Sri Lanka. So in that he has mentioned about 150 unsung heroes prevailing in the 7 districts. All are having copper, that Patayam, they were giving, whoever freedom fighter they were giving, but they were not at all mentioned anywhere. So in Tamil Nadu itself, what starts said, from Veerapandya Kattaboman, Veeran Alaguthakon, Chinnamalai, Veeran Chinnamalai, Veeran Chinnamalai, V.O.C, Subramanya Shiva, Manjinadan, and Manjinadan's arrest told who was shot Collector Ash. Actually, Manjinadan's guru is one Brahmachari. His name Yerkur Neelaganda Brahmachari. It is near to Sirgali only. He is also unsung hero. I happen to be the man who opened, unveiled his statue, only one statue in Tamil Nadu, in Yerkur, his birthplace. I unveiled the statue just for 3-4 months back. That Neelaganda Brahmachari no one knows. That time itself he travelled to Germany and he educated himself there and he brought n number of pistols and rifles and to fight against British. That Neelaganda Brahmachari only put the lucky dip. Whose name is coming, he will go and shoot the ash. Because of that firing order after V.O.C's imprisonment. That ash was the collector. So Manjinadan was disciple of Neelaganda Brahmachari and we don't have any recognition for him. And he played such a role. And lastly, he fed up of this Indian politics and he has become saint and settled in Karnataka. Neelaganda Brahmachari. So many unsung heroes are there. In North also n number. See, all prominent leaders, whoever fought along with Balagangadhar Tilakar, whoever, our main agenda was not to align with the South movement. Now if we are telling this terrorism, the name itself is changing. Those days, Vedavadi, Diviravadi. So, those who were fighting against British with stern belief, either by raising a slogan, or being slogan in the sense raising army like Subhash Chandra Bose, or doing business against British to at root level like V.O.C. Those were not at all sung in any of the Indian history books. Nobody knew. Haryana people, anybody is there? Haryana, that Tamil was second language, third language. for quite some time till 2000. Now again they are going to start. That time they thought about V.O.C. Haryana. They thought about V.O.C. in Haryana. So because one of my friend who was my colleague in Indian Air Force, he was belonging to Haryana, he told me, I know about your grandfather because I studied in my class. Those days, Tamil was third language in Haryana. You know. So, now, as Sir said, our seafarers will come to know. And one more, my special thanks to our Chancellor, Dr. Chancellor, and Chancellor, let me complete for erecting a new life-size statue in university during the month of November. He is planning, so let it happen. I will be having the privilege to come. Thank you everyone.
Thank you, sir. Amet பல்கலைக்கழகத்தின் தேசிய மாநாட்டிற்கு தலைமை விருந்தினராக வந்து நிகழ்வை சிறப்பிக்க எங்கள் இதயங்களை கவர்ந்த மகத்தான சுதந்திர போராட்ட வீரர் கடல் வர்த்தகத்தின் முன்னோடி V.O.C. சிதம்பரனாரின் பெருமைமிகு வழித்தோன்றல் திரு C.V. சிதம்பரம் அவர்களுக்கு எங்கள் இதயம் கழிந்த நன்றியை உரித்தார்கள். தங்களின் வருகையில் ஊக்கமளிக்கும் வார்த்தைகளை இம்மாநாட்டின் பெருமையை மேலும் உயர்த்தியுள்ளனர். I now invite Captain Rajesh by Deputy HOD of the Department of Nautical Science to present the NCESFS 2025 conference report summarizing the proceedings, insights and outcomes of this impactful gathering. Please, sir.
Good afternoon, distinguished dignitaries, esteemed guests, respected faculty members, student delegates and dear participants. It gives me immense pride to present the valedictory report of the two-day National Conference on Entrepreneurship and Sustainability for Future Shipping, NCESFS 2025, organized by Faculty of Maritime Studies, Amet University, to commemorate the 153rd birth anniversary of V.O.C., popularly known as Appal O.P.A. Tamil, a visionary freedom fighter and maritime pioneer. Conference highlights. The conference brought together academicians, industry experts, researchers, professionals and students on a common platform to discuss challenges, innovations and strategies shaping the future of the shipping industry. Day one began with inaugural ceremony graced by eminent dignitaries from the government, academia and industry who inspired the gathering with their thoughts on entrepreneurship and sustainability in shipping. The sessions witnessed insightful keynotes, plenary talk, panel discussions and paper presentations covering cutting-edge areas such as maritime trade, green technologies, automation, skill development, diversification of shipping services and social responsibility. Day 2 continued with technical paper presentations across 4 tracks, followed by interactive discussions and networking opportunities, and strengthening the bond between industry and academia. The conference truly echoed the spirit of V.O.C. vision of maritime self-reliance while also aligning with India's goal of building an Atmanirbhar Bharat in shipping. Paper presentations. The call for paper received overwhelming response from researchers and professionals across the country. After rigorous review by the technical committee, selected papers were presented in 6 specialized tracks, each reflecting the diversity and innovation in maritime research and practice. To recognize excellence in research and publication, the best paper was selected from each track. Track 1, Maritime Trade, Technology and Business Environment. Best paper award goes to ID 016, Akash C and Leena Charan SS from Coimbatore Maritime College.
I request the chief guest and the dignitaries to present the awards to the awardees.
Track 2 was Technology Advancement and Digitalization. Best paper award goes to ID 021 Cadet Sukhman Preet Singh Ridhi from B. Amet University. Track 3, Maritime Industry, Diversification and Social Responsibility. Best paper award goes to ID 034, Cadet Azizur Rahman. Track 4, Maritime Industry Diversification Efficiency. There are joint winners, paper ID 032 and 038. 032 Sakshi Thakur. And 038 Captain Nadir Hussain Sheikh, Cadet Munish Kumar Rajesh, and Cadet Harshvardhan Singh Shakawat, Cadet Sahil Ali, and Cadet Track 5, Technology and Shipping. ID, it goes to best paper goes to ID 064, Cadet Akshara S. Kumar. Track 6 Maritime Exploration, paper ID 093, Cadet Manat Joshi. Thank you, sir. We extend our sincere gratitude to our chief patrons, advisors, conveners, technical and local organizing committees, and all distinguished guests for their guidance and support. Special thanks to all people present, participants, and sponsors for making this conference a grand success. As we draw a curtain on NCESFS 2025, let us carry forward the insights, collaboration, and inspiration gained during these 2 days. May this conference be a stepping stone towards innovative research, sustainable practices, and entrepreneurial spirit in the maritime sector. Thank you all.
Thank you, Captain Raj, for your lengthy presentation. Your efforts have beautifully captured the essence of this conference. Congratulations to all awardees. Your hard work, dedication, and innovative thinking truly deserve this recognition. As we draw towards the conclusion of today's program, I invite Captain S. Sudarshan, Associate Professor, Department of Nautical Science, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening all. The reason I start good evening is we would like to close this session with a positive note, right? Yes, so ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to all present in the valedictory function of this National Conference on Entrepreneurship and Sustainability for Future Shipping. So it's a really great honor to me as such to be delivering the vote of thanks for this prestigious event which is conducted by our university. I take immense pleasure in extending a sincere thanks, a heartfelt thanks to our chief guest, Sri V. Chidambaram, who has highlighted the role of our Sri V.O.C. We will generally be associating V.O.C. sir with shipping and trying to focus that as such because we are mariners. So we would like to look at him as a shipping giant or a shipping innovator, right? But how about trying to take it that apart from all that, we heard from Sri Chidambaram sir itself, that apart from that, he was a great human being at heart. Forget about the shipping, you can think about his role when he thought about the farmers in our area, which was a news to me, thanks to you sir now, that I know that apart from shipping, he was a person who was in the welfare, thinking about the welfare of the people surrounding him. And he had loaned money for starting up a business and thinking something which is very different. So those fresh insights to our own people, apart from their role as a shipping giant, apart from their role as a freedom fighter, we also come to know of many facets of their life which is really inspiring to all of us. Thank you, sir. Thanks for all that information. For highlighting those things. Thank you. Ladies and gents, an event like this cannot happen overnight just like that. So as our Captain Srinivas Gopal, Principal, has highlighted, the wheels started rolling many weeks or many months earlier. And it requires a bird's eye view for the finer details to be worked out. So we have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of dedicated and motivated colleagues who not only know their job, knowing the job is one thing, but trying to get it into action and making it work. So that's the most important thing. So he's been able to do that. A very big thanks to from my bottom of my heart, the entire team who made this happen. Finally, I just would like to thank our Provost Colonel Dr. G. Thiruvasanam sir. Did you see the rousing passion in which the way he started talking about our own people whom we fail to recognize? Like he told that there are many other freedom fighters from Tamil Nadu who has not been or who have not got the limelight in spite of their richness of work or their visionary of thought. And now some of us may be wondering, maybe in the marine field, that okay, there are people from Tamil Nadu because we are from Tamil Nadu, so we talk about there are many freedom fighters from Tamil Nadu who have not been recognized. Yes, finally yes, we don't say that now. But then there are many people from different parts of India also who have equally contributed to the freedom movement, isn't it? And unfortunately, like Sir Professor pointed out, they have not been recognized and given due recognition. So hopefully, we as mariners would like to start and recognizing our own people, be from whichever state of India. It just doesn't matter. So this is really a great, awe-inspiring speech, and which further enthuses trying to make us understand that there are many people apart from the people who are being projected in our history books, unfortunately. There was a beautiful, beautiful speech. Thank you, sir. Finally, would like to thank our Chancellor, Dr. J. Ramachandran sir, our President, Dr. Rajesh Ramachandran sir, Vice Chancellor of our University, Dr. V. Rajendran, Registrar, Dr. Sangeeta Albanji, Principal of the courses, Captain Srinivas Gopal, and the entire management team for getting this event to be a grand success, which it definitely is. Thank you. Thanks.
Finally, I request everyone to rise for the national anthem to conclude this memorable meeting. The pay homage to our nation.
आधे